Hello. Ờ. Nên là cuốn dạ đấy.
Hi, good morning all. I think it's muted. We can't hear anything. Can anyone assist?
Association with the Department of Commerce, IDE, University of Madras, and IARA, an international conference in a hybrid mode. Thank you so much for your support, sir. Dr. Ravi, sir, Director, IDE, University of Madras, Dr. Panjalan, sir, Head Department of Commerce, IDE, University of Madras, and IARA, Dr. Padmashivam, sir. My heartfelt thanks to our dear correspondent, sir, for his constant support. I congratulate all the faculties of Commerce and Management for their commitment and active participation. May you succeed with every single step you take. I am delighted for you all attending this conference, as I know how valuable the knowledge shared here will be. I thank all the resource persons for accepting the invitation and gracing us with your presence. Of course, it is online. My best wishes for a very successful conference. God bless you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we shall all view the video of the college and the theme of the conference.
அன்பின் வழியில் ஆற்றல் நிறைந்த வழியில் ACA College of Arts and Science. ACA College of Arts and Science.
At the UG level. We started on a humble note in the year 2019 and are growing strength by strength to this current year, which is the third year since inception. Today we have a student strength of nearly 1,000 students, and we do not lose a single opportunity to explore the talents of all our students. The management must go the extra mile to ensure that the students are able to explore and potentially bring out their talents through various platforms in the form of clubs or any other such activities. At SACAS, we encourage our students focus on holistic development, not confined to mere academics. The inauguration of our NSS, Rotaract Club, Lions Club, Youth Ex-Nora, Rural Entrepreneurship Development Cell, ED Cell, Citizen Consumer Club, in addition to the YRC and RRC, have paved way to harness the diverse interests of our students. The staff are also encouraged to develop their teaching skills through participation in various academic programs and imbibe new teaching methodologies. With pride, we say that every successful program conducted by a college is with the total participation of our student volunteers. The Maiden Women's Day celebration, Srishti, is the first milestone in our college, with lots more in our kitty. In short, we believe in greatness from small beginnings. Thank you.
Thank you all. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to join for the photo session. Thank you all. To be an expert, listen to expert. In today's spectacular event, we have great academicians and industry experts as our chief guest of the day. First, we have Dr. Panjalan Sir, Professor and Head, Department of Commerce, Institute of Distance Education, University of Madras. He had previously worked in School of Management Studies, IGNOU, New Delhi. Our respected professor possesses more than 30 years of teaching and research experience. Our professor has also conducted several UGC refresher courses in UGC HRDC, University of Madras for commerce and management faculties. He had also authored several books in the field of human resource management and industry relations, and has also published many research papers and conducted several seminars and conferences both at international and national level. May I now request our respected professor to convey about this international conference dynamics.
Good morning to all. Respected Mr. Venkatesh Raja, correspondent, SA College of Arts and Science. Dr. K. Ravichandran, Director of our Institute of Distance Education, University of Madras. Respected Sandeep Pothar, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, Lincoln University College, Malaysia, is going to join the online. Then Mr. Mubarak Ali, Assistant Facility Manager, EMAR Properties, Dubai. He will also join online. Dr. Maladi Sarlakumar, Principal of SA College of Arts and Science. The Dr. V. Sai Sadyavadi, Director, SA College of Arts and Science College. Dr. Hemavadi, my colleague. Faculty members from SA College of Arts and Science, supporting staffs of the college, delegates and participants from various colleges and institutions across India, scholars, and my students. Once again, good morning to all of you. So after the video program, I think there is no need for talk about the theme of the conference. Madam has prepared a very good video that shows the value or significance of the digital. But anyway, duty also to say a few words about the conference. But today we are living in the digital age. Perhaps the young generation are really enjoying the digital age, but the people who born 30 to 40 years new or experienced a lot of difficulties. Even when you go to the bank, you have to stand in a long queue. We have to waste a lot of time, but that situation has changed because of the digital. Therefore, we can say the digital era has facilitated in many ways the life of people, the way of doing the business. So the use of smartphones, websites, online buying and selling goods and services, digital banking, digital online learning, artificial intelligence, then use of robotics in the manufacturing, healthcare, and in the other forms of business, then abundant use of social media. So now in the social media, sometimes you invite trouble, and also sometimes you can use it very cleverly. Then use of digital currencies. Now the cryptocurrencies are very popular. So are some of the examples for digital technologies. As all of you know that smartphones play a critical role in the digital technologies. The number of users of smart and mobile phone is constantly increasing day by day. A recent report says that at present, 6.648 billion, that is 83.72% of the world population are using the smartphones in the world. Then 7.26 billion, that is 91.54% of the world population are using the smartphones as well as the future phones. It is estimated that by 2025, 7.33 billion people will use the smartphones and 7.49 billion people will use the smart and mobile phones. 4.9 billion people around the world use the internet in the beginning of January 2022. That is 62.5% of the world population. In India, 658 million people, that is 47% of the total population, use the internet in the beginning of 2022. So all this data show that there is a great potential for doing business in the present digital era. The digitalization has transformed the lives of the people in many ways. The way we work, communicate, live, shopping, entertainment, learning, then receiving and remitting the funds have changed to a great extent. Similarly, the digitalization process have changed the way of doing the business. Digital transformation creates a lot of business opportunities, and also it may give some challenges also. Amazon, Flipkart, Alibaba, Ola, Uber, Swiggy, Zomato are some of the new models of business operating their businesses very successfully using the digital technologies. In fact, during the COVID-19 pandemic period, the digital technologies helped the businesses, hospitals, governments, academic institutions, etc. in a big way. Work from home, online classes, online exams, online consulting with the doctors, online delivery of all essential items helped us to manage the pandemic situation safely and successfully. So now I just want to highlight some of the merits as well as demerits of the digital business. Improving the efficiency of operation of the business, introduction of automation, fewer human errors, and a significant reduction of operating cost, enhancing the productivity of the workforce and the organizations, instant communication, then sending communication to a large number of people at a particular time, online trading, and huge data storage using the cloud, big data analytics, encouraging the creativity among the employees, introducing the innovation in the business are some of the major advantages of using the digital technologies in business. Perhaps now the students only expect online education. There is some secret on that I don't want to touch. Then I come to the negative aspects of the digital technologies. The complex software technology, a lack of adequate talent with the knowledge of data science, artificial intelligence, and other relevant IT skills, a lack of change management strategy in the organizations, then budget constraints. So it is one of the major problems, particularly in the government organizations. Then technical barriers, people-centric issues, because there are some thoughts about the lack of employment opportunities. So when more digital technologies are introduced, perhaps the small nations may get more benefit. But when we take the India with the abundant population, they may face the problem of certain unemployment. So that is, we don't know whether it is a myth or whether it will happen in future. So that we have to see later. Then there are some security problems also that arise from the hackers and now cyber criminals. Then continuous evaluation of customers' expectation, because nowadays the expectation of the customers are increasing and their needs also increasing. That creates some problems in the digital formation. So now I come to the main objectives of the conference. So the main objectives of the conference is to provide a clear understanding about the concept, digitalization, and digital transformation, because very often we confuse with these three words. Then to highlight the significance of creativity and innovation skills for doing business in the digital era, then to create a platform for discussion and a deliberation on opportunities and challenges in doing business in different areas, employing the digital technologies. I strongly believe that after attending the 2 days international conference on the digital era canvas, innovation and challenges in business, you can have a clear understanding about the difference between digitalization, and digital transformation. You can also know the applications of digital technologies in various fields such as marketing, HRM, finance, data management, etc. Furthermore, you will have a deep insight about the potential and the challenges of doing business in the digital era. So before concluding my speech, I should mention here that in most of the international conference, you can find the international perspective only in the title, but in the present today in the international conference, we have invited, particularly they have taken a lot of effort to invite people from across the world, I can say. So they invited very distinguished speakers for the benefit of you. Therefore, the conference will provide you the international experience, exposure on the innovation and the challenges of business in the digital era. So like you, I am also eagerly waiting to learn from the speakers of this conference. Enjoy the conference, enjoy the learning, and enjoy the hospitality of the college. Thank you all. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspirational speech that has acted as an eye-opener for all of us. Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu at Dubai Expo for 1 week from March 25th to March 31st, 2022. On this occasion, a beautiful video on the history and culture of Tamil Nadu was aired from Burj Khalifa, the largest building in the world. This great credit of lighting up Tamil culture in the sky goes to this great gentleman. Tamil Nadu. In today's inaugural function, we have Mr. Mubarak Ali, Assistant Facility Manager, MR Properties, Burj Khalifa, Dubai. Mr. Mubarak Ali is a certified facility manager professional from BSI Dubai with 22 years of experience. He manages and maintains complete MEP facility to world-class standards with relevant by planning and resources for hard FM services to manage world's tallest tower in Dubai. He has also served in several organizations, namely Oltas Limited Dubai and Saudi Oga Limited Riyadh. He possesses several international certifications in facility management across the world. May I now request Mr. Mubarak Ali to deliver the special address for the conference.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mubarak. I'm from Dubai, managing the world's tallest tower in the world. As a Tamilian, I am very much proud to participate in the event, and I sincerely thanks to college members for inviting. So I'm very much glad to see you all in this the digital era canvas inventions, innovations, and challenges in business. Fine. Yeah, it's a good topic. Punchline that the age between 30 to 40 guys are really struggling. I'm that age group. I'm in the age of 43. About the digitalization of the world, what we are doing. Example, like I can say, last 2 years I'm not carrying any cash. This is one of the most advantages for me because everything I convert to digital. Especially when I go to India, I see a lot of things have been changed. And a small example, I went to a barber shop. I have not carried any cashes. Then I surprised I don't have money. Then he told, sir, do you have a phone pay or something? I asked him, what is that? He told, this is an app, just you go just and install it. So I do that installation, instantly I pay. Just imagine I'm paying cash in a barber shop. just imagine how much digitalization has been converted in India. Yes, it's most of the people think that the abroad is more, it's more and more advanced, but it's wrong. It's in India, it's having a lot of, like, starting from the barber shop to the supermarket and everything, even a restaurant, everything, you have a form of digitalization. So here, the most important factors for us in Burj Khalifa, like example, I can say, yes, Burj Khalifa is a world wonder. It has been designed 25 years before, but the thing, no one has imagined what is the digitalization on the facade screen. Like the screen, the tallest LED screen has been constructed 4 years before. So it's an idea. It's very simple. Like you convert a facade, simple facade, into a digitalization screen, and you make everything like in form of, like example, as ma'am told that we done a Tamil program. So the program, like this is like the Tamil culture is around 3,200 years old, but we done this job using a digitalization technology in 3 minutes. We show what is Tamil culture, who are Tamilians, what is the lifestyle, what we have invented, what are the world-class sculptures we have, how we united, how we are living as a Dravidians. So it's a basic concept. Like the 3,200 years old era has been converted into a 3-minute digital video, and using that digital video, we have projected the complete thing to the entire world. And later on, they come to know, like here, everyone is asking, what's this? Who are Tamilians? What these guys are doing? Like you have so much history. So they started asking. So when the CM is coming, what we have done, we have to take our things to the world-class level. This is what, by using the digital technology, we have done this one. So in the modern digitalization world, like basically I'm an electrical engineer. So I will be more using the engineering terminologies, which we are using entire part of the world. So sorry to say about that, but you have to understand, because today, each and everyone, it may be arts, commerce, engineer, doctor, everyone has to understand the digital world, and in form of like these words and all will be very much critical, but you have to understand what is the difference between digital and digitalization. So digital is a technology which is with us for last 50 years, but the digitalization has been converted into last 5 years before, especially in the COVID situation. We used so much digital education, money transfers, not going anywhere, just to do your job with your phone, using your smartphone, and teach the people who don't know. Like there are so many examples we can say. But the most important thing, like using the digital world, I am meeting from Dubai. This is most important innovation in one of the digital world. I save my time, I save my money. So there are so many things are behind the scenes because of the digitalization. So here I want to think, what are the advantages of digitalization? First, I want to inform that better customer experience. You should, like, finally you are working for someone that's called customer. So your customer has to be happy. So here, using the digitalization, we can use a better customer experience. Example, a customer is waiting for 2 days, but I am resolving the problem in 2 hours. It's absolutely possible through digital world only. It's not about the old technology, or I don't want to go anywhere. Using the digital world, I can clear the issue in 2 hours. So it's basically pure on digital. And of course, once the problem is resolved, yes, you have improved customer insight. So the customer will be happy, and more, and like, of course, the thing, you will get more positive vibrations, more positive reviews from the customer. So this is the second advantage. And the most important is increased productivity and profits. Yes, I am doing 100 jobs in 30 days, but using the digital world, I can do 500 jobs. Of course, it's productivity increase, and my company will be in the profit. Or if you are owning your own business, yes, of course, this is most thing, the profits will be increased. The profit in the sense, yes, your economy is going to increase. You are going to get money, and you are going to rotate the money. Using rotating the money, you will get you can have more resources on the market. You can recruit more people. Yeah, this is most important. Everyone think the digital world is going to cut the people. No, it's in the other way. You have to take as a positive manner. It's going to increase the demand in the market. They need a lot of new people, new technology people. So this is the way it can enhance our resource management. So using this enhanced resource management, you can have a lot of good people, and the people who is in the organization, they will understand the present world. This is most important, because the age group from 30 to 40 or 30 to 50, still they are not in the stage of adopting the things. They don't want to learn, or they don't want to adopt it. But this is the only way we have to increase our productivity. They have to learn. This is what I can say. There are some people still they want to stay in the olden ages. No, it's not the right time. We have to survive, and we have to sustain in the market. That means you have to learn. Every day is a learning. Every day is a learning methodology. Using this methodology, digitalization is, I can say, around 80%. I'm not using any papers. I'm not using any invoices. I'm not using any caches. It's all matter of just I'm coming in the morning using one digital world, using my computer, digital technology. I'm doing each and everything. So this is the most important thing. Like, to be honest, I have only pen and paper in my hand. That's it. I don't have any other stuff in my table. Just I have my PC and my mobile and my landline. To be honest, I'm not using my landline also. So soon it will be also removed from our life. This is what the digital technology. And again, using the digital, there are it's not everyone is thinking digital world is very much easy. I don't think so. Because still we are not in the stage. Still we are in a stage of 50-50, I can say. Because whenever you are doing something, you may think, yeah, it's 50% right or 50% wrong or 50% risk. There are so many things are there. Still we are not in the stage. How we make the digitalization, how secure, as Mr. Professor mentioned, that there are so many things are happening behind us. While you are sleeping, it can be hacked. While you are sleeping, the malwares and everything can destroy all the hardwares. So it is something like screen. Still we have not connected to internet. It's something new to everyone, but still why we have not connected to internet? This is because of the security. And why we are not doing? Yes, anyone can hack. While the program is going on, anyone can publish their own video or anything they can put against the nation, against the country, against the people. So that's the main reason. Yes, we have done, but we have an option, but still we are not doing. Why? It's a security reason. See, again, digital world having a lot of challenges. I'm going to mention like top 5 challenges in our digital transformation and solutions. First of all, the first challenge is our poor strategy and lack of leadership. Any business, you need a good leadership. Without a good leader, you cannot achieve the goals. And you should need a proper strategy. Like proper strategy in the sense, what is your boundaries? What is your strategy? What do you want to do it? So this is something most important. And in the present world, most of the people don't have boundaries. Example, when you don't have a boundaries, you cannot achieve your goals. This is what my chairman always tells. You have to make your boundaries. Example, I want to reach from X to Y. X is my starting boundary, Y is my ending boundary. So these are the boundaries you have to decide. So for that boundaries, you need a proper strategy and you have a good leadership skills within yourself. So this is the first challenge we are facing. Yes, so many people are there in the world. Yes, they have the challenge. They are overcoming, and some people like the new generation who is the students, they have to overcome this one with the proper strategy and the good leadership skills. And the second thing, improper data and gathering. This is something like anything, whatever you are doing, anything new, you don't have any data. When Burj Khalifa is constructed, no one has reached the height. No one is knowing what we are going to do, where we are going to reach. So the initial strategy, they decided for 538 meters, but we ended up with 828 meters. Why? How it's happened? Due to good leadership and a good strategy. We have decided this is our goal and this we have to do it. So you have to collect a lot of data for that. What is the data? Where you are living? Example, here in Middle East, the biggest data for us is the climate condition. The temperature can go up to 52 degrees and you can feel it up to 60 degrees. So, and second thing, we have always sandstorms. We don't know, in 5 minutes, a complete sandstorm come and it will completely vanish everything, even the roads, the traffic, the cars get accidents. So these are the two climate condition in this present world, this present situation we are facing. So you have to collect the data, and after collecting the data, you have to gather it and you have to populate it in a proper way. So this is most challenging part in digital world also, because again, you are going to do something new in the world, which we have to use for a prolonged, like a longer version. Then the third one, we don't have any proper business models. Yes, we need a proper business model. Who? We are the business models. Yes, we are the future for the generations. We have to create a model. Yes, we don't have it. Example, you don't have a car. You don't have a car means you don't have a business, proper business model. But you have a good car now. Before 25 years, you don't find a car like it can give only 7 kilometers. But the present world, we don't want a fuel. We don't want fuel itself. We are in a generation without fuel. We are moving the systems. We are traveling. So this is the business model. So something like that you have to invent by yourself. So at present in this digital world, we don't have any proper business model. And second thing, as I mentioned, the fourth stuff is maintaining high level security. Security is something most important. You do anything, you have money, you have to keep in a proper wallet. You can eat it. So you have a lot of stuff. You need a proper security. In the entire digital world, still we are facing a lot of difficulties with the present situations. Like, aware of it, like you create something and the next day it will be destroyed. It can hack by someone. So security level for digital world, still it's a wobbling stage. Still, like we are not in a, like I can say, yes, we do have, but we are not confident. This is the most. So we have to bring the confidence. And the the last thing of the top challenge is the curious case of customer experience. Yes, you do something. Again, as I mentioned, customer is the final product. Means whatever you are making, it has to be delivered to the customer. So the curious case of customer, again, if a new generation customer is immediately accepting, yes, something is wrong, they have to wait and they know the issue. But the older generation or the generation above 50, still you do anything, but still they don't satisfy. Yes, this is the present thing. And using especially digital world, there are so many people in the world, they have smartphone, but they don't know how to use. They are having a capability to buy it and they don't know how to use it. There are so many people, like they don't want to adopt the technology or they don't want to learn it. So this is the biggest thing. As a customer, yes, you have a lot of process, but still they don't want to adopt the technology. So these are the main 5 challenges we are facing in the technology, like in the digital transformation. So if we are coming with the overcoming with this situation, example for the poor strategy and lack of leadership, not having proper business model, improper data gathering, maintaining high level security, the curious case of experience. If we overcome these 5 challenges, yes, the things will be fixed for 80%. The balance 20%, it's up to the next generation who is going to come and innovate or going to implement or going to create a business model or going to use the technology in the right way. So these are the things that will be adopted another 20%. Always I teach my son that yes, this is a technology, yes, use it, but have limitations. Don't extend to the model that you are using for more. It may be harmful for you. So that situation we have to eliminate. So this is most important 5 challenges which I mentioned. And coming back to the technology, like I can say, I can have an example. You people aware of it. The biggest challenge for our screen is lightning. Whenever there is a lightning strikes, the entire hard work which we have done all vanished in 1 millisecond. So like doing a digital transformation is a hard work of 6 months or a year, but in 1 millisecond, the natural disaster can collapse it. It can do anything because we cannot have a daily run on for the natural. Means it's not at all achievable. We can't say. But using the digitalization, what we have done, yes, the lightning is coming through clouds. But when the lightning is 70% charged, means the clouds are only in 70% charge, using the digital technology, what we are discharging the lightning from the clouds. And once we discharge the lightning using the digital technology, we can measure it. Physically, I can measure from my seat. We don't want to even to go to the top of the world. using the digital world, I can sit my place, I can measure it. And when I'm traveling to XYZ, India, US or somewhere, I'm getting an SMS. Very simple. Sir, you have a strike on the building. What is the time stamping? What is the energy level? And how much seconds it is eliminated. So it's possible through only digital world. Otherwise, it's impossible. A convinced method is impossible. Yes, someone has, means we don't know what happened to the building. 10 years before there is a strike, someone has to travel right away, traveling 3 hours to the top of the building and see a simple counter. That counter is very much danger, because when the clouds are charged, human beings are not allowed to travel to the count, but still someone has to go. They have to put the life in the danger. But using the digitalization world, just I'm sleeping, I'm getting a message, that's it. And I'm populating the information. And as Mr. Professor told, that artificial intelligence is something very much a part of advanced digitalization. Yes, we have implemented, like example, when equipment is going to fail in another 1 week or in 10 days, we will get information by artificial intelligence. But how the artificial intelligence works? By gathering lot of data, by gathering historical data, by gathering lot of information from vendor, climate conditions, so many parameters are there. This still, we are populating, but it will take a lot of time to implement the artificial intelligence. Yes, it's working up to some extent, but it's not 100% realistic. We cannot keep a missile. We cannot keep any arms in artificial intelligence. We don't know, because yes, still we are not trusting that, because the time has not came. This is what I can say. It will take a lot of time. Once you believe the artificial intelligence, to be honest, we are all handicapped. Means you don't want to move anything, just sit and relax. So artificial intelligence, look, everything, means it can go for generations. So artificial intelligence is something, yes, we are having, but still a time is required to come back. But the digitalization world, almost we reached, as I mentioned, 60 to 80% we reached. Still in another 10 years, if I'm sure 100% the digitalization world is going to rule the world in form of any sectors. You go to any sectors, economic, medical, constructions, facility managements, so many. You take any field where there is no one in the digital world. I can say I am cultivating a rice for 3 months, but in 1 second it's getting sold out in Amazon or Zomato, like anything. So like digital world change everything in a second. So this is most important. And after that, I have some digital data in my. I have, like, you people maybe know about the Expo 2020, where our CM has came. I found one of the very good technology in the Expo. Like example, like the patient, if a human being is more than 40, he need to give blood, he need to give lot of samples, he has to go to hospital. Yes, I'm fully digitalized, but inside my body, what's happening? No idea. I have to give lot of samples to check my sugar level, my cholesterol levels. Yes, for COVID also, like you have to go physical and do the sampling. So I found something good in Expo, that using your own air, by blowing your own air, all the parameters can be measured out in digital formation. Everything is populated in 5 minutes. Just you blow your air. What you have in your body, it will clearly tell in the form of digital form. So it's one of the advanced technology. So this what I seen in the Expo. For sure, in another 5 years, this, if it is getting implemented, it's very simple. Just to blow your air by traveling or XYZ, it will give all the parameters. So this is most important. And finally, when you are doing any sort of digitalization, always follow a model. Always, from day one to now, we are following a model called Pdca Cycle. So it's very simple. I can explain you. So P, plan, D for do, C for check, A for analyze or act. So it's very simple. You just plan your things using this cycle, Pdca cycle. Just plan ahead of change, analyze and predict the results. And after, once you plan the stuff, do it, execute the plan. taking a small step is control in a circumstances. Do it. And once you do it, please check what is the end result, what you plan, what you got the result. So this is most important, PDC. So plan, do, check. And after that, having results, have to get act, means or analyze it. Like what I have planned, what I get, where it went wrong, where it went right. So you have to analyze. And once you analyze, come back to P. Again, you plan. So this Pdca cycle is something like it's keep on moving. Any part of like digitalization, analog, algorithm, any like normal routine life construct, anything, just we are following a model. Like I am following the model of Pdca. When I'm using any sort of, I just Pdca myself, I draw, and what are the things I have to do, I will write each and everything. So this what I can say, Pdca cycle will help us a lot. Yes, it may be a new generation or a older generation or a later generation. Anything you need a proper plan to do it, and you have to check it, and then you have to analyze it. So thank you again. Thank you giving a room for in this conference, a digital analysis. If you feel any question or something, you can ask. So thank you guys. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your inspirational speech that has ignited the knowledge to all of us. Now we have with us Dr. Sandeep Podar, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, Lincoln University College, Malaysia. He has also served as a Senior Research Director and Executive Editor Publications in Lincoln University College, Malaysia. Respected professor has completed his PhD in zoology in Vivekananda Institute of Medical Science and has also done his postdoctoral research in oral cancer mutations. In addition to that, he has also completed his MBA program from Lincoln University College, Malaysia. He has also published more than 140 research papers in reputed Scopus Web of Science journals and books, and has also filed around 15 patents and organized national and international conferences and edited books in the area of science in Australia, Malaysia, and in India. Dr. Sandeep Podar is a founder of Assistant Secretary of Dr. Taraknath Podar Memorial Foundation, Kolkata. He is an active member of various science-based organizations, namely Malaysian Society for Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, fellow member of World's Researchers Association, and Indian Academic Research. May I now request Dr. Sandeep Podar to deliver the keynote address for the conference.
Thank you. May I am audible, everybody? Is it audible to everybody?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay, thank you. So thank you first to and welcome for giving me the opportunity to speak in this gathering of 2 days international conference on digital era, innovations, challenges in business. And I'm thankful to Principal Dr. Malati. She gave the invitation letter, Dr. Pandian, and Dr. my just previous speaker, Dr. N. Panchachalan, and also Mr. Mubarak Ali from Dubai. Thank you all for giving me this platform, and of course our IARA, Dr. Paramasivam sir. So I just want to share my slides. So today's international conference on digital era canvas, innovations and challenges in business. So as now of my two previous speakers have highlighted many of the parts. So now there is nothing much to say. Just I want to highlight from my point of view so that everybody can feel that how is digital platform and change of business is necessary in all life. Previously, in old age, there is no fan because there is no electricity and etc. We do candlelight dinner. And of course, after the sunset, all people go and sleep. Before sunset, like all animals, human also work, take hunting, etc. They take the food and then after sunset, they go and sleep. So after that time, the discovery of this type of fan was there, the air circulation system. One person have to stand and pull the rope in, also in what you call in big halls, like this type of air circulation system. Manual was there, no electricity. Then comes fan, everybody know. Now we have aircon, and we know that without means getting up from bed and going anywhere, we have to do by using the remote. And of course, the remote not from home. Now I am sitting in my office and I have to stop the aircon in my factory. I can use the mobile application to stop that. So the digital application come in my hand, not like the previous one have to do another mobile, means physical person need to operate the fan. So the digital business come. The fan manufacturer system has been modified. The air condition system, previously window aircon, now split aircon. We know that one unit you have to fix outside the room, another unit have to fix inside the room. So the defined manufacturing strategy come. The business changed. The mechanical engineer required. The cryo mechanics required. That how it will cool. How efficient will be the cooling system? Is it the copper coil or is it the PVC coil used in the aircon? So the total business strategy has been changed. Accordingly, the system of every part has been changed. As just now my previous speaker telling that, yes, of course we have to change. And without changing, we cannot, that it is not that employment reducing, employment increasing, but in different specialty. So people have to learn that how we have to recharge the gas, which gas will be more eco-friendly, which gas will give more less energy consumption. Accordingly, we have to change the business. Then we change our business, like previously we used thermometer. During this COVID, we are using touchless. Now nobody want to stand, so we use a data-oriented scanning machine in airport and everywhere. Then we have this efficiency in our MRI, CT scan, etc. We know medical, everybody go for MRI, CT scan. It is common thing. But how it is going? Medical imaging is operating. The previous X-ray plate is no more used. Now digital X-ray plate is using. I am doing the the patient come. I don't have to wait for the photograph plate to develop and bring to the doctor after 2 hours. The patient go to the X-ray machine and the doctor inside his chamber can see the digital X-ray on his screen. No need of printing. Paperless and instant treatment can be started. So we have now in BPAP, in COVID condition, we know this portable support system come in every hospital. Otherwise, many persons may lost their life. So digitally controlled the respiratory support system. It is portable support system, the ventilator that is means giving the life of many persons. Now you can think that Graham Bell discovered 1876 the telephone. Is this telephone is same as our mobile phone we are using? But it is the conversion, means converted thing. Previously we used telephone directory to search one person's name. Now we Google that where is the person sitting, what is the contact person's name. Now the telephone is used for software. Now, just now my previous speaker telling that we have to go and queue in the banking system. The banking in Malaysia, now we have to use this software, queuing software. You have to make timing, appointment, then go to the bank. So no need of go and queue in the bank. There is another software that is COVID tracker. In India also have the Aragro Setu app. Like in Malaysia, we have My Sejahtera. This one is very much used in Malaysia because everybody have, most of the population have the mobile phone with QR code scanning system. So they go to shopping mall or any places in basically, especially in Kuala Lumpur or major cities, they have these scanning softwares. So they have to use this, and this software detects that what is your what we call vaccination status, everything. Like in India also, Argo City app is displaying your condition, but here it is more efficient, like how everybody is going, if you are connecting in touch with any COVID patient or not, everything can be digitally monitored. So there is a, when I come back in this 1 month back, I go in January to India for some reasons. So when I come back, they give me digital tracker on wristband and one machine to keep in my home. That if I go out from home, the digital tracker will track me. I cannot go out from home, I am home quarantined. So this is possible because for the less population, but the thing is that digital advancement of the business come, and this is a change of the tracker. This tracker they have developed in, means they have implemented only in maybe in November or December last year, 2021. And when I come in January, they give. So this is a new advancement, change of business. And you can see that drone camera is used for prevention of malaria and dengue, etc., vector control. And we can know the drone camera can see that factory, where is the water logging inside the factory, roof of the house, etc., etc. That may not be possible physically. So the sensor-based mobile phone, the physiological monitoring, a wristwatch can monitor the physiological conditions. But there is some disadvantages also. The other side of the story, that we are getting apart from each other. I am sitting in Malaysia, I am instantly delivering the lecture to you in India. But we are get connected. But there is many disconnections happen if we don't use the mobile applications properly. So our focus on using the digital technology is to our benefit. I'm just giving one example. Tan Hui Ling, maybe you don't know. She is the Malaysian citizen, previously entrepreneurship, and she go to UK and then Harvard Business School, studied mechanical engineer, then do the management, McKinsey, and started the company Grab. Now Grab is used as a delivery media for all the food delivery system, packet delivery system, or transport system, digitally tracked. You sit in the home, you put the thing, and immediately the Grab will deliver to you. So I went to Vietnam. There is a Grab bike. In India also have type, but Grab bike is used for traveling. So I am very much interested to ride the Grab bike. So this is the business, change of business. You cannot be think that, okay, I go to everything, go to shop and come in to bring the thing. Now you have to order online. Now you can see in Dubai, the Tesla car, that driverless automated car, that come and deliver that. You may have seen the video, YouTube, it's viral video, that the driverless car stand and give the food. We know that every time we are doing PCR test for COVID, Gary Mullis in 1984 discovered this PCR technique. Now that PCR technique is changed, revised, and modified. Previously, PCR was different, means the techniques he developed. After that, I used the PCR machine, oil-based PCR machine. I have to put mineral oil, then have to isolate the samples, then have to run gel. Now after that, it comes oil-free PCR machine, but gel have to run. Next, when I go to another lab, then I found that there is a real-time PCR, that no need of any gel run. I see the graph inside the what we call monitor of the computer. So that same PCR is using, and we are getting the report within 1 day, RT-PCR report, because it is taking only 1 hour to run the PCR technique, and it is 1 hour for sample isolation. So 2 hours is the minimum time to get a report. So this discovery in 1984, the change of the strategy of business, have implemented in every corner of our society. PCR technique. He was awarded Nobel Prize. Then we are working as an entrepreneur, as a teacher. So teacher is the best entrepreneur. So as we are the teacher, we are going to be a teacher as a research scholar or something. So we must have the entrepreneurship behavior, and we should implement that. What the change, that we have to change ourselves. You cannot sit in the same red box that we will not change. As he was telling that money has been used as not on paper. Now we are using internet banking, and all money from one country to another, all money is only. Nothing is money, hard copy. And also we are using different cards for analysis of big data analytics, a big, huge area of research. We know how the big data analysis can detect that how many person is visiting my shop in which locality, what is the customer buying capacity, what is their age group, what is the preference of food and etc. in different months. So accordingly, I can reinstall my store accordingly. Like in Christmas time, I have to put cake. In Eid time, I have to put the dresses of Eid. In Dasara time, I have to put the Deepavali things. So different types of means the stock has to be kept. How I know? Because from the market survey. So for this market survey, we have to do business analytics. For that, we are giving free card, free where you will get discount, etc. So robotics have been using now in COVID sampling testing, this robotic UV sterilizer, sanitizer, and if of course now in Malaysia, robotic trolley is using for giving the food delivery. This is all digitally controlled. In Indonesia, it is used from raw means waste material. They have created the robotic trolley in the society, in the in the field itself. And of course, IoT is used in our agriculture to mention the the measurement of the moisture, pesticide, and etc. How the pest will come. Then we can track the the cattle that by the sensor-based technology, where is how it of cattle is released, where it is there, and how it is going to performing. We are using automated system for keeping the poultry clean. And of course, in Japan, automated toilet system come that it is denoting that how much tissue roll is there, how much water is needed, how much soap solution is there, etc., etc. So this all is the advancement, and we have to look out from our academia, from our window, that what is the need of the society in this time. Like that 2 years back, we don't use Zoom so much. Many persons think Zoom is very bad, etc. Before some years, I have heard that WhatsApp will be cannot be used. Another software is there that can be used. So there is a change of means nature of business, that how we can get communicated with each other. Previously, I had to do STD call that charge in Indian currency 30 rupees per minute. Now I do free call from international. I am talking with Dr. Pandian for getting inside the topic means conference. So like this, we have to think that what is the need of the hour. So we have to go for social networking. Previously we do social and also now also, but we have to think about the internet marketing and social media. So we have to have a social account and make ourselves social friendly, society friendly, eco means e-society friendly, we can tell. Accordingly, we can develop our business as well. So United Nations have 17 SDG goals, sustainable development goals, that starting from no poverty, the second one, zero hunger, third one, good health, fourth is education. We are now in education sector. So we can think that if there is no education, we cannot think about good health. We cannot get rid of our poverty. If we are poor, we cannot have food, we cannot have good health. And if we don't have good health and food, we cannot study. So all these goals are interlinked with each other. And we are all working together, 17 number SDG, the networking and collaboration to support the United Nations goals. And all of us should see that what is the need of the society. And accordingly, we have to work together to achieve the goal. So without wasting much time, I think I have speak so much thing. I am thankful again to SA College of Arts and Science, affiliated to University of Madras, and Indian Academic Researchers Association, on All India General President, Dr. Sri Paramasivam, and General Secretary, Dr. Professor Pranam Dhasar, and of course, Dr. Pandian, and all other delegates. Thank you, and joining with this event, make it successful, and think positively that how digital era we can use to sustain ourselves, sustain humankind in the next few generations. Thank you all again. Stay safe. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Your wisdom enables us to think in different lights about so many different aspects in the field of digitalization. Institute of Distance Education, University of Madras, has developed itself over the years and retained its prestigious position dedicated to distance education and paves the great way for the students to pursue bright career across the globe. We have with us our respected professor and director, Institute of Distance Education, University of Madras. He has also served as a controller of examination, University of Madras. Our respected professor possesses more than 30 years of teaching and research experience in the field of analytical chemistry. He was awarded postdoctoral fellowship from Steel Research Center at National Institute of Material Science, Japan, and he was also the recipient of Mascot National Award from Electrochemical Society of India and the Fellow of Academy of Science. He has published more than 100 research papers in the reputed journals and holds 250 international conference presentations and proceedings. May I now request our respected director, Dr. K. Ravichandran, sir, Institute of Distance Education, University of Madras, to deliver the presidential address for the conference.
Thank you, Dr. Padmavati. Sorry, Kamavati. Respected correspondent, my long-term friend, ever smiling, Venkatesh Raja, respected principal, Dr. Malati. Okay. Respected senior professor, Panchalan, respected director of this institution, Sai Satyavati. She is also in my discipline, chemistry professor. So we have long-standing association, close to 15-20 years. And the organizing committee members from Pdca College of Arts and Science, and as well as from University of Madras, faculty members of Pdca Arts and Science College, young researchers, participants, and my dear students, very good morning. Good afternoon. It's been a great pleasure to come over here for this conference. The name itself is a wonderfully coined Digital Era Canvas, Innovations and Challenges. So the canvas is right now available, and you can hear very good deliberations for 2 days, especially, the seats already been there. Two of you have heard, two of important keynote speakers from abroad. You take out those seats and make it as a plan. And seeing the list of speakers, I'm really astonished. It covers the entire globe from east to west, Australia to US. And that itself is a combination, or it's an outcome of digital developments. And we all knew the past couple of years, so how the digital developments are useful to keep in touch with the academia. Not to forget about the other business relations. So as the topic says, these Digital Era Canvas, Innovations and Challenges. For an innovation and to execute the innovation, you need two things. So one is first thing is you should have a out-of-box thinking. All those digital era innovations are because of the outcome of out-of-box thinking, or you can say lateral thinking. If you say from all this Uber, Ola, Zomato, Alibaba, so whatever those our speakers so far discussed with you, all those things, all those innovations just came off an out-of-box thinking. You should use your lateral thinking. You should think out of box so that you can conceive an idea. So conceiving an idea, it's the first and foremost of any innovation, and then making it as a successful plan, how to execute it. That is going to be the real outcome. So if you do both these things, definitely you will end up as a very good entrepreneur. And young researchers, you should follow this and all the innovations, not only in digital, all the innovations so far we have achieved all because of out-of-box thinking. I just like to share a small story which was an inspiration to me, maybe for you too. So there was a company in Kerala. They want to install a industry over there. And for installation of a big industry, a lot of things to take care of. As the speaker, Mr. Mubarak Ali said about the tower in the Gulf. Similarly, these people also wanted to install a very big company, erection stage. So in that, they have done all those preparatory work. One of the big issue is about keeping a very big machinery in 30 feet deep pit. That is one of the important component look into the erection of that industry. So they have done everything. They wanted to erect, they wanted to place the 30 feet big machinery in the 30 feet at the bottom of the pit. So it was happened maybe 20 years before. That time, there are cranes available to lift those heavy equipment, but which is very limited. You can't place it in a 30 feet deep pit. So they tried all options. Unfortunately, they could not get a solution in those localities, maybe within the state. So finally, they decided to call for a tender, asking the expert people to come to help to place the machinery in a 30 feet big pit. There's so many people have given tender. Maybe they asked 20 lakhs and about 20, 30 lakhs like that. So maybe 10, 15 years before, 20 lakhs is a huge money. And in that time, one fine gentleman came and he asked a simple question. If anything will happen if the machine is drenched in water or immersed in water? The company people said, no, nothing will happen. Then he went and he also submitted his quotation, maybe for 5 lakhs. The company people were astonished. How this man, and everybody is asking for 20, 30 lakhs and this man asking only 5 lakhs, whether he could able to do the job. But as a procedure, being a least quoted person, he got the offer. And then he asked for what time it has to be done. They have given a schedule. So this is the schedule where you have to finish the work. Until the schedule, this man never visited the site, never bothered about, never discussed what he is going to do. The company people, including the top brass, are so curious what is going to happen. Whether this fellow is really going to execute it for our satisfaction, or it is going to be a waste of time. That day came, first he came, and everybody, including all those people, are waiting to see what he's going to do. Within few minutes, many trucks are coming to the site. People are seeing, and each truck is loaded with ice. He ordered all those ice to be placed on the pit, and then with a small crane, the machine is lifted and placed over the ice. And the ice keeps on melting, and he used a pump to take out all those waters. Within 2 to 3 hours, the machine is completely installed in the bottom of 30 feet. And everybody is astonished. He has charged 5 lakhs and he spent maybe 30 to 40,000. Rest of the money he pocketed, he went back. And company also happy. So within 5 lakhs, they could able to do the job. Here, what we have to see is a conceiving idea, a lateral thinking, out-of-box thinking. Nobody has imagined. But this fellow has imagined, this fellow has thought about it, and then how to execute it, all those things. So likewise, so as an young researcher, not only in commerce field, not only in digital marketing or something like that, so for any innovation, you need to have an out-of-box thinking, and then you should have a proper plan to execute those out-of-box thinking. Definitely, you will get into the great success. So that's what happened in all those successes in the digital era of marketing, including what we have discussed so far and what we have experienced so far. And even now we are hearing that the Zomato or the city people give a food in 10 minutes. So like that, it's all an innovation, an idea. So now we are in a era that we cannot live without the digitalization. It is in everywhere, in science too, all the arts and everywhere we are depending on it. More and more we are going to depend on it. So use your brain judiciously, use your thoughts in a judicious manner, find a right innovation, conceive a right innovation, and then execute it and become a very good entrepreneur. My wishes for it. And this is what happened also. Say, maybe 10, 15 years before, maybe in 80s, that time shampoo was available, but only in bottles, glass bottles. So if you want to use a shampoo, you have to buy a shampoo bottle, which could cost around 50 to 60 rupees. So that time salary, a decent salary for a person, maybe around 1,000 rupees. So spending 50 to 60 rupees for a single shampoo, it is an expensive even for middle class people. Forget about the poor people. So that time the Chick shampoo company has introduced the sachet, a small shampoo sachet, and it becomes instant hit. Even now we can see those brand in our departmental store. So like that soap market, so many innovations. It's an idea, thinking in a different manner, doing it. So I advocate, I suggest you all to keep your mind open, keep your mind free, and then think innovatively and get all success, even for your research paper. So don't see what the paper has already been written. Don't follow it. Think differently. Put it your contents in a different way, different manner. Even the title itself, it should be catchy. So like this title, the digital era canvas. Okay, the opportunities and challenges. Like that, you just create your own title. It should emphasize something different you are going to tell, and then the contents. So definitely the acceptance of those papers will be very easy. So my best wishes for you all to have such a wonderful deliberation for 2 days. Enjoy those times and get rich with the experience coming from the people's best wishes. And finally, I like to tell about this institution also. I have been in academics close to 33 years, and as a student, maybe even more than. I've seen many institutions. Within, say, this institution is an unique. I asked your correspondent how many years old you are in. He said just 3 years. Within 3 years, having such a wonderful auditorium itself is a big thing. Even in University of Madras, even in Anna University, it's very difficult to have such a wonderful auditorium. So that itself shows that your management is willing to spend for facilities to the student, and so many associations have been there. So really, I wish this institution should grow a lot. I could foresee that within a short span of time, this institution will become one of the best, not only in the state, maybe in the country. My best wishes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time for us in your very busy schedule and enriching us with a good knowledge by sharing your expertise. And we thank all the dignitaries for enlightening us by sharing their own expertise in the field of digitalization. Now it's a time for break, and I request all the participants for the international conference to kindly assemble after 5 minutes for the next session.
Check, 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 mic check. One. Hello. சரி ஏன் சார் எல்லாரும் கரஸ்பாண்ட் போகும்போது எல்லாரும் கிளம்பி போயினே இருக்கிறாங்க என்ன சார் ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்றாங்க சார் கொஞ்சம் அதெல்லாம் தப்பு பண்ணிருப்பாங்க பசங்க இது சார் கரெக்ட் பண்ணுங்க மாஸ்டர் மட்டும் தான் மாஸ்டர் ஜீரோல வைங்க செக் செக் மைக் செக் ஹலோ ஹலோ check check hello
check. Good morning. Good morning, team. Sir, am I audible? Dr. Malini, ma'am.
Hello, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Dr. Malini Satapan, ma'am.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. The next technical panel session speaker is Mr. Joshua Daniel, sir.
Hey, I'm here. Can you hear me all right?
Go to Dr. Hemavati, ma'am, please.
Once again, we welcome all for the two-day international conference on digital era canvas, innovations and challenges in business. Now the technical panel discussion session begins. The rapporteur for this session is Dr. Malini Satapan, Department of Management, Marketing and Digital Business, Curtin University, Malaysia. Dr. Malini ma'am has completed her PhD in Human Resource Development in University Putra, Malaysia. She holds a professional certification from a Institute of Human Resource Management. She possesses more than 25 years of teaching and research experience and also industry experience. She has also published several papers in reputed journals and conducted several international conferences, trainings, and workshops in Curtin University, Malaysia. She holds Academic Society Committee membership in Malaysia. She also has obtained competitive research grant from Ministry of Higher Education, Malaysia. We welcome you, ma'am, for conducting this technical panel discussion session. The panel members in this session comprises of Mr. Josiah Daniel, Vice President, US Bank, United States of America. Mr. Josiah Daniel is currently serving as a Vice President of Software Engineering at US Bank, which is the 5th largest banking institution in USA. He has more than 20 years of software engineering experience across banking and airlines industry, predominantly building digital products using distributed technologies. He is also an advisory board member of Customer Experience Program for a public university in the United States of America. We welcome you, sir, for discussing on the topic Digital Transformation, a Journey, Product and Engineering in Banking. Our next speaker in this panel discussion is Mr. V. Siva Chidambaram, Senior Manager, Worldwide Marketing, HPE, Australia. Mr. Siva Chidambaram is alumnus of our University of Madras and has completed his executive program in strategic management and business analytics in IIM Kolkata. With over 25 years of experience in diverse fields encompassing of branding, marketing communication, client servicing, business analytics across IT industry, Mr. Siva Chidambaram focuses on setting up the company's holistic marketing strategy and infusing it with the data analytics and business intelligence capabilities to drive the business value. We welcome you, sir, to discuss on the topic digital re-engineering in marketing. Now we have with us Mr. Hari Prasad Karnam, HP expert and patent engineer, COO, IP, Dome Strategy Advisors Private Limited. Mr. Hari Prasad has 10 years of experience as a patent engineer with a strong technical skills for comprehending complex technology concepts and critical skills for evaluating technology features in wide engineering fields. He provides IP strategies for various research wings, both for the corporates, educational and research institutions. He has also provided IP services to Commissioner of Municipal Administration, Government of Tamil Nadu on Namma Toilet project, and is currently providing technology support to a product which is being funded by UK IP office. He has excellent ability to work in diverse fields with technologists and attorneys and to maximize the intellectual property potential of technical disclosures and develop the strategic IP assets. We welcome you, sir, to share your expertise on IPR and overview. We also have with us Ms. Kumudu ma'am, Vice President, Finance and Control, Nestle Lanka PLC, Sri Lanka, to discuss on the topic Digital Transformation in Finance. Ms. Kumudu ma'am is an associate member of CIMA and she holds an MBA in Finance in a reputed University of Sri Lanka. Her career as Nestle spans more than 20 years. At Nestle Lanka, she provides overall leadership to finance and control, information and technology functions, supporting cross-functional teams to deliver the business results for the company. Over to Dr. Malini ma'am to conduct this technical panel session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. P. Hema. And very good afternoon to everyone. I'm from Curtin University, Malaysia. And I would like to thank SA College of Arts for giving me an opportunity to become a reporter of your international conference here. So first of all, I would like to welcome Mr. Joshua Daniel, where I give about 10 to 15 minutes is given for each and every speaker, and then followed by question and answer session. All right, so over to you, Mr. Joshua.
Thank you, Dr. Malini. I'm going to share my screen. Give me 1 sec while I share my screen. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity to present digital transformation. This is a journey that I had with the product and engineering team in banking. I've been working with US Bank for the past years, and this is thoroughly my experience and how to define digital transformation, how to go about it. Okay, digital transformation definition. We have been hearing from a lot of scholars and professors across. I mean, I'm going to concur with the most of the information what I'm going to share. It's probably is going to align with their principle and technology, right? So what is DX and why now? In simple terminology, DX is about adoption of digital technology to improve efficiency and providing a monetary growth and reduce operation cost. And the question is, right, why we talk about digital transformation, and I'm going to give an example, from the banking industry, right? So I think a couple of years I was in India. I went to ICICI Bank to provide my KYC process. It took at least a couple of days, and I have to fill a form. I have to provide all my ID proof, and they came back after a couple of days. I know a lot of banks has improved this process now, but that's not exactly digital transformation. Digital transformation is to update data without walking into a branch or a branching location. So this is exactly your digital transformation about. So how about automating all this process? So it sounds simple. Okay, you have a form. Why don't we digitalize the form? You have address proof. Why don't we digitalize and upload this form? It's not easy as we speak, right? So because KYC is a complicated process, it's a government process where bank have to validate your ID, right? So if you want to validate ID, there is an integration that need to happen with the banking agency. While it's looked tough, but it's not a tough target to achieve. This is one of the example, and the second part of right, why now, right? Why the pandemic actually really shifted our approach to engage customer. So with banking industry, we talk about customers. It's the most important aspect of it. So pandemic has changed a lot of our approach how to engage customer. A good example in the current market, if you think about it, your grocery shopping or food delivery has been completely digitalized today in the world, right? Across countries, it's easier, and it's all, we are shifting and aligning to the pandemic. And with respect to banking, there are a couple of reasons why we have to do digital transformation and improve. Improve is rise of fintechs, and fintechs are financial companies which are not a regular bank, but financial companies started putting their mind and thought process and creating innovative ideas. PayPal, Paytm, or Venmo, or your Google, Amazon Pay. These are like, not banks, but they started creating products. Good example is right a peer-to-peer payment. Right now we can send money from one person to others, but it's supposed to be a banking application, but fintechs really started adapting it. So adapting to it, banking have to move faster to adapt to the fintechs. And open banking in the sense, right, there are a lot of banks in US that do not have real retail branches. Capital One do not have any retail branches until 2 years back, but recently they started opening. Until 2 years back, they do not have any branches. This is exactly the direction of DX. So how DX impacts banking, right? So if you look at the US stats, I mean, I do not know exactly what is the Indian stats. I'm using in US stats. The smartphone users across generation, 98% of Gen Z. When I say Gen Z, it's like person who born after 2010. 98% of users are using smartphones. Millennials, like we call 2K kids, 93% of them are using smartphone. Gen X 90 and baby boomers are like 1960s born, right? So all these different generation, if you look at Gen Z and millennials, they will become the future banking customers. If you do not have a bank with a cutting edge app, how do I retain these customers? So definitely bank have to modernize the technology, get cutting edge mobile app is a process. So after I defined what is digital transformation, in a short form, DX is an industry terminology. I'm going to use DX. So what is the trend in DX, right? So if you look at the trends, the modern technology trends in DX is customer experience, CX, in employee experience. People talk about a lot of customer experience, right? So for example, you need to have a good website or good mobile app to engage your customer. That's really important. At the same time, right, the bankers who provide services to all these customers also have to have a good system so that they can perform the daily job duties faster and efficient. Remember, good customer experience drives sales, like getting a credit card, loan, mortgage, or it provides growth and in financial aspect to the bank. But EX, employee experience, right, provide employee retention and productivity to the bankers, right? So less time servicing a customer. So it's not just about the customer experience, it's also employee experience. Micro front end and microservices is one of the common trends in technology, where when you talk about CX, right, customer experience, you have to build micro front ends and microservices, right? It's like smaller versions, smaller defined versions of building your software system. So that helps smaller teams to build smaller services in faster to the market. And all these micro front ends focus on one thing: domain driven design, right? So for example, if you have a bank, right, there are a lot of bank systems, mortgage loan systems, you will have deposit systems, credit card systems. So these microservices front ends enables building smaller product across the systems and having a system integration, like without any issues across the systems, across the system. And the third part of your trends is data and analytics. A lot of people are talking about how data is important, or it's from the core of the technology, right? So there is a different data needs. So if you look at banking, traditionally, right, there is a different data needs, right? Data store needs. First is transactional, operational, analytical. It's a very common way of splitting your data stores. So for example, if you are sending a money to a person, one person, you have to take money out of one person, put it on another person, right? So that's need to be consistency. It has to be reflected right away. That is exactly transactional data store. And operational data stores, let's say you go and update your address. You don't need to get this updated in real time. But remember, it has to be updated by end of the day or after a couple of hours. These are operational, doesn't need real-time updates, but we need operational data store to take care of these process. And finally, analytical, right? People talk about analytical database. Why analytical, right? So you need to have customer data, accounts data to process and make informed data decisions. So that's exactly analytical data purpose serves a purpose. So who uses analytical database? It's your artificial intelligence and machine learning. So we use data and we inject artificial intelligence and machine learning to arrive at informed decision. I could quote two examples for artificial intelligence and machine learning is anti-money laundering. If you know what is anti-money laundering, let's say a person is trying to send a money to a terrorist organization. Bank needs to identify the trends of it, right? So the process is called usually these bad money or dirty money is done in three ways. They place the money in the bank. It's called placement, and they layer the money, right? If they want to send money to the terrorist organization, they don't send it right away. They layer the money in a smaller numbers, and finally, right, it reaches to the person. So you need to inject artificial intelligence and understand how they are layering the data, how they are placing the data, who is sending, where it's been reached. So we use a lot of artificial intelligence and machine learning in AML. Another AI is chatbots. There are a lot of chatbots now. Bankers and phone bankers are replaced by chatbots. So where you can type in your question and it's able to respond. It is done by a natural language process. It's called NLP, where it converts your actual text into a query pattern, query and an answer pattern, and that results in an API microservices where it gets the data from the data stores. And finally, cloud computing. People talk about cloud computing all the time. Do you really need public cloud in every bank, for example, or every organization? Facebook doesn't use Amazon or Google or any other public cloud provider. Recently they maintain their infrastructure, but remember, the most important part is not the public cloud, it's the cloud computing process. While they maintain the infrastructure, they process all their systems are integrated using cloud computing. So what is the building blocks? While I talk about trends, right, there are three aspects of building blocks of digital transformation. It's just not that these trends and building block doesn't just apply for bank. You can apply for your own product. You want to start a new library-based system, or you want to start your own grocery chain systems. You could apply these, right? So the building blocks of any digital transformation is three aspects: security, resiliency, and scalability, right? Security is all about authentication, authorization. You log into a bank systems, right? It asks you to send an OTP, right? It's called multi-factor, right? It's authenticating that you are the right person who's logging in. And authorization is the next step, right? For example, if you are a person, are you eligible to look at the data, right? So that is the second part of authorization. And banks and mostly a lot of industries are moving towards passwordless authentication. And you would have seen in the recent world, right, you try to log in from one system, it sends a text to another YouTube app or Google app to type a certain number. It's not using your user ID password, but it's using your identity, your phone as an identity. So passwordless authentication is the future, or going forward a lot of industry will shift towards it. Resiliency, right? When you're building this digital systems, right, the system have to be self-healing system, right? 99.99 is an industry terminology, right? You have to have a system that has to be up and running 99.99%. So that's the second aspect of or the building blocks of your digital transformation component. And finally, scalability, and it's an ability to increase or decrease a performance, right? You have your new business, you start with 1,000 people and you're able to serve with your website and app, right? All of a sudden there is a big business boom and it's jumping to 100,000. Your website should be able to handle that increased demand. At the same time, right, it should perform well, right? You would have seen all these problems when there's during the pandemic, when you're trying to do the cross-site shopping, some of these apps are not working well. It is because it's not able to scale to the demand, right? So scalability is an important aspect, or I would say call it as a building blocks of your digital transformation. Then digital transformation. So I'm going to split into two ways, right? We talked about why and what we talked about defining what and why now. Now, in order to reach to your digital transformation journey, right? So you need to have a clear vision. I call it as a product vision, why and what. And have you seen this North Star? Because in the older world, right, ships and sailors uses the North Star to go towards goes toward the destination. And I love this guy Elon Musk. he has a clear vision where you could see Elon Musk is sending rockets. He's building rockets, right? He's getting this data into, or getting rockets to NASA, right? Once upon a time in US, NASA is the only one. Now Elon Musk started building rockets, is sending rockets, and he's also, even the second step, started sending people to, space using. Do you think he has a vision of building rockets, or sending people to space? No, that's not his North Star vision. His vision is to make sure we go to Mars and live in Mars. These are the different milestones that go and end up in his final vision. His North Star vision is going to Mars. It's not building rockets, or not sending people to space. So when you build a product, you have to define clear North Star vision. Do market research, look in the market, which is the best product, how can I compete with the product? Do the market research. The third step is innovative and create user experience, because user experience is the face of your organization or business. So build, create user experience, and considering all personas. When I say personas, when you build an application, think about a guy living in city using your application. How about a farmer living in a remote village? Can he use the application? So you have to think of personas of all stages of human, and see you are able to build products. Finally, A/B test. It's one of the product strategy there, where they test this, or design whatever you created, and keep repeating the process to improve your product definition. And the second part of your product why and what is go to market strategy. Once you have a clear strategy to go to the market, to release to the market, you have to start building the product and go to the market faster. In industry terms, it's a fail fast, right? To be successful. So it's okay to be fail fast, instead of prolonging your trying to define or put new product. Build a product faster, go to the market, fail fast.
Mr.
It might be
Jeswant,
successful. Yeah.
you need to wrap up within 2 minutes time.
Got it.
Can you? All right. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. And the next part, we talked about why and what and how, right? How is done by the engineers or engineering, organization. So as you could see, vision, research, design start with the product. Then the engineers plan, code, build, test, right? And then finally they release the product and they deploy. Remember, that's not the end. You have to operate and monitor your product in such a way, right? There could be issues, there could be new ideas. You go back to your vision and milestone planning, and this is an endless cycle or loop we need to have. And this is a sample architecture. If you did look at it, right, whatever I explained is put in a very high level architecture, where you have customer experience and security layer and micro front end and microservices and the data layer. Just for your example, I'm just trying to show a sample architecture. What next, right? We're talking about all this, right? Decentralized finance. DeFi is the new modern technology. I would say it's upcoming. Web3, talk about meta, augmented reality, virtual reality, right? So right now, whatever the web you are using is Web 2.2. Is nothing but content is created by a user like Instagram or Facebook. Now we are moving into Web 3.2, where we will use all this AR and VR, and we will use blockchain technology to move to the next stage. We all talk about cryptocurrency. It's probably a digital currency. We'll no longer start using rupees or coin. Digital currency is in the rise. Then final, my note: digital transformation is a journey, right? It's not a destination. Even if you reach a maturity on a product, there is always need to innovate, respond quickly to ever-changing customer needs and global crisis like the pandemic, and challenge and opportunity keep arise. That's exactly. So I just want to close a note with digital transformation is just a journey and not a destination.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Jeswant. So let's welcome the floor to ask for any questions. Any questions from the audience? You're most welcome. You can unmute your microphone, or you can even tap in your chat box.
I don't hear any question. Either I'm clear, I'm not at all clear. So
It is.
that's the silence.
Well, Mr. Joshua, the presentation was looks very interesting and mostly about technical side that you were talking about finance. And the interesting part was on DX trends. So it looks like the complex is very much, I mean, it's a bit complex because I'm not from that area or from your field. But to me, I think it's a bit complex process. So how do you think that these things can actually benefit to the public? And do you think every organization need to adapt this system?
It is just a sample for digital organization. Okay, digital transformation is all about, you know, how you simplify your process. I was talking about one of the KYC process, right? You have to take a couple of days to do the process. Let's say if you run a business, right? For example, grocery shopping. During the pandemic, right? People cannot go to your shop. How did you achieve, right? You converted your business into a delivery chain. You started an app. You had people, logging onto your app and did the delivery. This is exactly digital transformation, how to achieve, right, remote process or using digital technology process to achieve your business goal. And it depends upon, farmers can use this. I mean, for example, they are producing, it goes to one agency. How about farmers create a blockchain or kind of repository where they can use digital technology to sell their products directly? It's gonna help farmers. So this is one example. You could inject this anywhere, right? In railways, they are modernizing. In government, there's a lot of modernization already happened. Like 10 years back, you cannot get a birth certificate easily. Now you can go online and get a birth certificate. So it's just evolution. It simplifies your daily process, and in fact, actually, it's cut down a lot of bribes and problem, right? If there is a process which could achieve digital, it's going to cut down a lot of your bribes and other problems in the government agency. I can quote endless things, right? It's going to help corporate, government, farmers. You quote anyone, it's going to help a lot. But it's as I said, it's a journey. It's not easy. That's why you need to have the framework, having a vision, and how that's a very important. You can apply to any organization to achieve the results.
Thank you for sharing, and a lot of insights you gave us today. So thank you very much, and I shall move to the next participant. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So the next speaker, I welcome Mr. V. Siva Sidambaram from Worldwide Marketing, HPA, Australia. He's going to speak on digital re-engineering in marketing. So please welcome him. Over to you.
Thanks, ma'am. Let me quickly share my screen. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, you can start your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you. Good afternoon, the audience, the students and esteemed professors, lecturers. And thanks for the opportunity for me to come and present my point of view in terms of the role of digitalization in marketing. Let me start with, and I also would like to thank Mr. Joshua Jacob that he clearly explained the technology behind the digitalization. So for me, what I'm going to do is pretty simple part of digitalization in the marketing with simple examples. Yeah. Let me start with demand. The very purpose of marketing is to generate demand for the products and services of a particular organization. Peter Drucker, one of the great authors and management consultants, clearly said there are two core areas in the business. One is entrepreneurship, and another one is marketing. Right? Entrepreneurs are they are the ones to come up with a solution to a common problem, and once it is established, we need marketing to take it to the larger group, larger public, so that they know something is available to solve their problem. Yeah. So when we talk about demand, let me move on to the next one. So there are many ways to define it. I'm clearly here defining it in two ways. One is market demand, another one is individual demand. when we say market demand, for example, let's say when Kia entered the Indian market, nobody knew Kia, where are they from, which company, So the Kia has to promote themselves in a big way. They had to spend a lot of money on that. They set big hoardings and full page advertisement in the newspapers, magazines, right? And also television commercials. So they know now the car buyers from the Indian market know there is a company called Kia is there, and these are all the set of products they have, the cars they have. Yeah, so it's more of called market demand. It's a larger picture. And the other one is the individual demand. It is very time specific and at time specific at a certain price. They are willing to pay at a certain price for that. Yeah. The time specific and the time bound is coming from generally the individual. So I put it as the individual demand. Let me move on to the next slide.
Sir, can you please make it as PPT slides?
Okay.
It's not in the presentation mode. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you see now?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. And here again, the aspects of marketing. So there are many. I have taken a couple of them. The one is quality, and then the next one is price, and these two impacts the overall customer experience. Let's talk about the quality. For example, in a few years or a few decades back, if you have to order, food for a small party from a bakery or some restaurant, you order and wait for the order, and it takes the process is not also easy. You need to either call them or you need to visit the shop and give it to them in writing and pay them in advance, and finally the product is delivered to your on the day of the function. Then at that time you find it there are certain products, maybe let's take a couple of donuts are smashed into it's just paste. It may still taste as donut, but it's not in the right form. Yeah. And the next point is the price. I would like to take the auto rickshaws from Chennai. Yeah. Again, before prior to the Ola entered this business, the auto drivers kind of ask for some price, some you don't know what exactly, even they don't know, they say 200, 250, etc. And once you get into the auto and you travel and he drops you at the place you want, and he'll ask you more money. You'll say, he would say, okay, there are a lot of traffic, and the roads were not that good. And what you had to do, you have to pay. But here, what you feel is, you feel that you are deceived or you're cheated. Yeah? The price is not transparent. It's not transparent how he fixed it and how he demanded at the end. It's a pain point. And as a customer, you have a very bad customer experience, right? And moving on to the next one. So to solve this, some of the eminent IITians, some of them are IITians, some of them are non-IITians, they come up with this online platform services, right? I'm calling it online platform because, it is not just app, they put together a lot of things, apps and hosts of services like analytics and marketing research, and everything goes inside that. So that's why I'm calling it online platform. And innovation, they might have, got this idea from somewhere else, but still from the Indian context, the way they implemented it, it's a real innovation. If you take Ola, right? So Ola clearly, it gives you the list of drivers where they are available. It's again an individual demand. You want to travel from, for example, Mylapore to Tambram. You need to book an auto or you need to book a cab. You know who are all the drivers available and what is the score given by other travelers, other passengers. So okay, you are going for the right driver. The driver is has a good track record. Yeah, that it gives that, and also the pricing perspective. It says clearly this is the price, and also Ola says if it is a P car, you need to pay slightly more. There is a premium you need to pay, and you are aware that. And you are I mean, there is a transparency. You understand that if you go on during the peak hours, you may need to spend a little more. Yeah. And all those is taken care now. In case if there are any issues with the driver, or in case if there are any issues with the paying the money, the Ola quickly jump into that and solve the problem. Yeah. And let's take Swiggy and Zomato. So this is all pretty important points, because Zomato was there earlier before Swiggy entered the market. Zomato was more of Zomato analyzes the restaurants, what they provide and where they are located, and give the feedback to the customers. The customers go to the Zomato website or app to understand, okay, what type of restaurant is this, whether it suits my taste, whether I can go there, and what time I can go, all those things. But Swiggy, other way, started as a delivery service. They were kind of delivering only the food ordered. But now, if you look at Swiggy, is not just a delivery platform. It's not. They are not just doing the delivery service. It's one of the finest marketing agencies in the world. Yeah, it brings in all the restaurants within a city. For example, let's take Chennai again, since you are all from Tamil Nadu. They list completely, and some of the restaurants you may not have heard about, but they are good in their own, their own product and unique recipes, and they bring them all in and show it to you. Yeah? You can select that, and in case if there are any damages, for example, you ordered a couple of burgers from McDonald's and one of them was not delivered or damaged, if you speak to, or if you just send a message to Swiggy, immediately they will respond, and they will send a new one without any charge. Right? That is the kind of customer service. And on top of that, as I said, they are also linking all the restaurants and the unique products from each of the restaurants with promotional promotions. It helps both the restaurants as well as the end users like us. We know, hey, many of the customers bought this product, and they kind of they liked it. And from restaurant perspective, Swiggy helps them to give them the visibility, right? So they can sell easily through Swiggy, and soon, and what we expect is Swiggy also will accept booking through its app, right? You can go to a physical restaurant. Before that, you can book your slots well in advance. Yeah, that is also going to happen. And what all, quite a lot of things are happening, the promotions, and now the IPL season is going on, and Swiggy uses the machine learning and AI. They have a clearly defined persona. Okay, who is Siva Chidambaram is, and what kind of product he orders over a period of time, and this is the IPL season, what product he ordered in the last season. Yeah. He automatically suggests certain products to you, and it's easy as a customer. It's easy for me. Of course, my personal data is with Swiggy, but for a good reason. Yeah, and I can order the products I want, and I go ahead. Yeah, it is pretty simple and straightforward. It's very easy. Yeah, and what they say is going forward in the near future, Swiggy will tell you what you want to eat on a particular day, based on your taste, your interest, the data they have about you. They will tell you that. And let's look at the social media: WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Facebook and Instagram are far better than a website. You can place your company's web page in either Facebook or Instagram with a lot more interactions. You can also promote your products through these pages, and you can receive comments from the customers. And WhatsApp, yeah, so all the big companies, they have their WhatsApp account. They can directly connect with customers like us. For example, if you buy an insurance, buy car insurance, it immediately will be sent to your WhatsApp. Yeah, you can download it and keep it in your folder, so that in case if it is required for verification, you can just open that file and show it. And Twitter, it's slightly different comparatively. In case if you're facing any issues with the product and services your company offers, you can just tweet in with mentioning the particular organization. They will quickly jump on it. They will immediately resolve it, and it's taken care immediately. Yeah. Let me move on to the next one, the customer experience, the overall customer experience part. The individual demand side, the customer experience is very, very important, because you are dealing with millions or billions of customers on a daily basis. The point one is discover your customer, understand them. The AI and machine learning, the large amount of data and the powerful tools behind, as Joshua mentioned, really helps here for the marketers One of you guys may be joining the marketing organization, you'll become a marketer. So you need to understand that you need to discover the customer personas and understand what they are looking for, what they are researching for in social media, and engaging them in the right way. Your app, how does it work? How user friendly is, how a lot of factor, gamification, etc. You can engage them in the right way and then deliver. When you deliver, you also make sure that there may be gaps. Definitely, we are all humans. We are time in certain times we are going to make mistakes, and how to quickly resolve that. People go to social media, talk about that. All those things are happening. You need to quickly jump on, resolve. As I mentioned earlier, the Swiggy part, they deliver immediately without, and they also ask you, are you okay with that? Are you convinced? Are you comfortable now? They check all those things. And also the NLP, the natural language processing part, it helps you to understand what your customers are talking about. They may not be direct in the social media. Yeah, it may not be direct, or it may not be about your company, but your customers, they talk about something you need to know. The NLP helps, the natural language processing.
Mr. Siva, you have got another 2 more minutes to wrap up this session.
I am almost on top of time. Thank you, ma'am. And so they take care of that. They understand the customers further using this NLP process and everything, and it goes back to the discovery stage and record it under the customer persona side, and then again, engage and deliver. It's more of a cycle. So that's what I wanted to cover today, and now I look forward to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Siva. Thank you for your presentation. It was quite interesting. So can I have questions from the floor, from the audience?
Yes, ma'am, there's a question, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you may proceed.
First of all, I will introduce myself. Sharata Sunithan, and I am doing my PhD under Dr. Panjalan sir. Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Under Dr. Panjalan sir. Actually, it's not about question. Actually, I want to share one like what kind of an experience with you. That, we talked about that in the Swiggy, Zomato experiences and all. So like, actually, I want to talk about their AI, artificial intelligence. So actually, when we woke up, or like in sometimes there will be some connectivity lines will come. Okay, it's like, okay, it's Sunday, so you want to take a grab for this samosa or something, or if you are in some fight with our friends or something, and nanban kuda prachanaya.
Okay.
Give him an ice cream like that. With some interference will come. So, and sometimes our account will be out of money. Maybe some 85 rupees will be there. So at that time, what AI will come is like that. Okay, and like account kaliya, paravale 79 rupees kunga kaga do Zomato special offer koduttirgai. So like that, some AI will come.
Yeah.
Very keen about our like what we are going on, our social media things, what we are going on, and what's our account statements. Everything they have been interconnected.
Yeah, true.
Okay, so like how is it beneficial, or like what, there will be some stake, or some negatives will be in future?
Yeah, let's talk about one by one. The first is the money you have. They can find out what amount you have in Swiggy account, yeah, in the Swiggy wallet. So you don't have to use always Swiggy wallet. You can, you can call in the money whenever you need. You can use either Paytm or other mode, or you can use credit card. Yeah. So that is one thing to keep yourself. They are not aware of what you hold, what money you have in your account. That is one thing. You should be very careful, because all the it's completely interconnected. Your Paytm, or your cash, your bank account, everything is interconnected. And Paytm also, what I would suggest is, as a person from a personal experience, keep the money only what you need. you don't directly connect to the bank. When it is required, pull it from the bank, or you can use the credit card and deposit the money in ATM, or even if you want to do that same in Swiggy wallet. Yeah. And the bank account, again, use a separate account. Don't use your main account for these kind of transactions. Yeah, it's my personal experience.
All right, thank you very much. And any other questions from the floor? Now, if no means, I have a question to Mr. Siva.
Yes,
all this while you were presenting the benefits of digital re-engineering. How about the drawbacks of digital re-engineering? Any drawbacks?
Yeah, there are drawbacks. In case if there is a technology disruption, generally, it's taken care using the BCS platforms, the business continuity services platform. But beyond that, sometimes if there is any major events, there are the systems may go down. Since Swiggy is not that critical like banking or other accounts, yeah, it's not an issue. But bank from marketing perspective, we need to look at that that also the banking side also. So the business critical service is very important, and also the fraudulence happening all around. There are the drawbacks. You need to be extra alert when you use the technology platform. Not everyone is well equipped as of now, even though everyone is having a smartphone and computers. A lot of digital education is required in that from that perspective. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Siva. Thank you for your presentations. All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's move to the next presenter. All right. Okay, so next I shall welcome Mr. Hari Prasad, who's going to touch on the topic of intellectual property rights. And he's an IP expert and patented engineer, CEO, IP Doom Strategy Advisor of Private Limited, Chennai. Over to you, Mr. Hari Prasad.
Thank you, Dr. Malini. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. As the topic of the conference goes, in the present digital era, innovation and its challenges, is intellectual property a challenge? I would say intellectual property is the only opportunity to leverage the digital innovation potential. That is what has been witnessed in last decade or so. We have been witnessing billion-dollar transaction on technology-led companies. What are the billion-dollar transactions are paid for? If we explore the commerce of it, it is merely on the valuation of the intellectual property that the business may have. So I am going to use this 20 minutes to pull you out of your core technology expertise and bring some aspects of intellectual property which are required in today's knowledge economy. When we talk about intellectual property, there are two ways to contribute to the knowledge economy in today's context. Mostly from the academic context, you have always the opportunity to put it on open forum, whatever innovation, whatever knowledge you acquired, and whatever contributions that you want to make. There is no question of protection. There is no big need for protecting. Being said that, you may wonder, like, why this large open source companies, including Google, Android, all of them are available for free. Like, for example, the Google Maps that we use on every smartphone that we own is completely available for you to use for without any subscription. Similarly, the Android platform by itself is an open source, which is put for use for public. But are they not protecting it? Or don't you see a big portfolio of intellectual property around all these large conglomerates which are offering the products on open source? This is where an effective strategy of intellectual property plays a vital role to bring it and to market and make it a commercially sense making product. Being said that, how do it work in an academic context? Definitely, if you see the core patent that roams around the Google search engine is owned by the Manchester University. So obviously, intellectual property is effectively leveraged by academic institutes and universities to see how royalties can be paid back. But is that easy to think about intellectual property? Definitely the answer is no. Why? Because intellectual property is associated with big maintenance costs. So maintaining intellectual property is a big challenge. Filing appropriate intellectual property is a challenge. Like one of the previous speakers was mentioning, any business for that matter is a journey. It is not a destination. So when you are in journey, there is a continuous need. So every time a need arises, the intellectual property becomes your priority and you have to continue protecting it. So how do we manage the costs associated with intellectual property, and how do we address the protection challenges that we have is always a question. So what makes sense is a smart strategy around any product would be ideal for having an efficient outcome in any product line. It's not limited to digital economy today. So what are the key challenges that we have when it comes to understanding of intellectual property? The first and foremost challenge that we face is, at least in India, is understanding the IP ecosystem. Itself is a major challenge. We don't have a structured portfolio management or structured economy that can invite your intellectual property ready-made and give you opportunities to explore the royalties or collaboration possibilities or finding new business opportunities. So, and how can we do that in the current business scenario, and particularly in a market like India? Itself is an ultimate challenge for anybody who want to use intellectual property as their strategic tool. The second and foremost important aspect of challenge that we have is, how do I identify the IP in my business, or how do I identify what is the efficient and effective intellectual property that is underlying in my research? Because IP, we have different forms, different forms of intellectual property we have. So how do I choose the right intellectual property tool to protect and leverage the potential that I have in my innovation? Itself is a challenge. Subsequently, how do I protect? How do I file? How do I maintain the patent or trademark through its life and monetize it successfully? So here comes an important myth and understanding that we need to understand, is that not every patent we file is monetizable. Not every IP that we create is monetizable. If we see the statistical data that is available in today's market, is out of 5,000 patents that are getting filed, one has the potential to go as a blockbuster. So that is the kind of ratio at which the intellectual property is working. But if we know what is my potential with respect to my intellectual property that I own in my innovation, and if I know the appropriate behavior of IP in the market, then the chances of we going close to that 5,000 in one is more ideal and appropriate. And fourth important concern when it comes to academic and more mid-sized and startup ecosystem is budget for IP. Because as I said, IP, intellectual property filing is only a starting point. After I file a patent, it has different office actions and timelines that it has to cross. Even post grant of a patent, you can't say that you are safe in the market. There are always possibilities that somebody can challenge your patent in high court or appropriate jurisdictional courts, challenging the working of your patent. So it is important to have a good budget on intellectual property and sufficiently frame the timeline and process for your IP so that you can effectively leverage the potential of the intellectual property that is underlying in your business. Being concerned about budget, we should also be concerned about the timelines and costs that is required to maintain the patent in multiple jurisdictions. There is also a myth in the market that if I get a patent or if I get an IP, it is global. Or it is universally protected and I don't have to do anything more or beyond that, which is not true. We have to appropriately select the jurisdictions in which we have to file our intellectual properties and ensure that we are maintaining it in appropriate jurisdictions. More important, addressing all these challenges, if you have an effective IP strategy, if you know how you are going to plot your intellectual property and how you are going to brand it around in the market, that strategy is going to address all these challenges that we are seeing. Subsequently, there is also a need for having a fair understanding of the IP framework, which is continuously changing. If we see in Indian context, before 2005, we didn't had an opportunity to file a product patent in India. It was only process patents that were allowed. So in that context, the IP framework, which is a combination of laws, rules, and regulatory treaties and compliances, this keeps evolving and this keeps changing depending on the international market context. So a fair understanding of the IP framework, both locally and globally, India being a treaty signatory for both Paris Convention, Patent Cooperation Treaty, and Madrid System, the framework and the implementation policies keeps changing. So a fair understanding of this framework and policies is essentially required to ensure that you succeed in the current knowledge economy or digital economy. Secondly, the framework works in two different contexts in market. One is how do I handle the infringement? So suppose I have a patent or I have an intellectual property, how efficiently I can use to control the infringement on my intellectual property is one part of it. The second part of it is like if I don't own intellectual property, but still I have to use somebody's intellectual property, how efficiently I can use this framework to invite licensing and license terms effectively to ensure that my business is running without any big issues in the market. So to put those frameworks in order and to see that intellectual property is working for us, I recommend that we need three kind of strategies to be worked out. The functional strategies is the first one. So when I say the functional strategies, that include how do I capture my intellectual property appropriately? Do I have a culture of maintaining an inventor logbook? Do I record all my intellectual properties appropriately? Do I have an efficient mechanism to capture effective intellectual properties. Am I doing proper prior art search? Like, do I understand the existing patents in the field that I am working? These are a certain functional strategies that we can put in place to efficiently manage the intellectual property around our business or research. The second strategic objective that we should have to effective management of intellectual property is, how do I see the business context? So who are my potential licensors? Like, who can be interested in my patent? How can I see the patent data and understand which are the companies that would need my kind of technology or my kind of innovation? Now, what kind of brands are floating in the market, and what are their outlook, and how they are seeing innovation, and how they are inviting innovation into the market? Third important objective is, yes, I have 5 minutes, madam.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. I'm having a note of my time. The third important objective that we have to look at is, what is my global strategy? Today, if you see, filing intellectual property beyond Indian context is highly costly. If you take a patent to European market, you have to be ready to shell out approximately 5,000 USD per patent. So will one patent give me enough room in the market to explore? No. So I at least need a portfolio of intellectual property around me. So how do I look at the global market, and how do I handle the corporate strategies around me? Because you have to remember that a company like IBM files 7,000 patents a year. So that means that IBM is not looking at converting every patent that they file into a successful product. It is to ensure that the patents are protecting their market, and they are not allowing their competitors to explore any new markets or any new gaps in the market that IBM is going to leave out. So that is the kind of corporate strategies that are getting implemented. So in that context, how do I stand? What kind of right strategy should I adapt? What kind of outlook that I should have with respect to my research, and how do I take it forward effectively is a big challenge. Being said that, is there no success stories? There are many success stories. There are many successful business models that has evolved from startup ecosystem and academic ecosystem. But what has made them successful is these strategies that we are discussing. This could be possibly my last slide for today's discussion. To make it more relevant and contextual, what are different forms of intellectual property that are available to me, and how do I ensure I am picking the right tool for protecting the right innovation? Is the start of anything to work out in IP portfolio management. So if you see the different types of intellectual property that is available for you, patents are one popular tools that are being explored by many of the inventors. When I say inventor, you have to look at the meaning of what a invention by law is. So a invention by law should be a new method or process or a product which has an inventive step and is capable of applying in an industry. This is the layman definition of invention by law. So we have to think about three things when we are thinking about a patent. What am I proposing, a system or a product? Am I proposing a method, or am I proposing a process? So out of these three, which one is novel and which one is my priority should be identified. Then whatever I believe to be in new should be tested using effective prior art searches, which is public available documents, because every patent that is getting filed across the globe is available to public to explore and use. So we have to understand from the prior arts whether whatever I am believing to be new is still new or somebody has already filed a patent around it, and what gap I have is to be tested. Then we have to also define what is the technical effect or what is the economic benefit that I'm going to propose through my patent, and in what industry I'm going to apply for the patent. So these three things are primary for patents. If you take copyrights, as you all know, copyrights is a popular form of intellectual property that has been explored in several markets and academic segments. Copyright exists by nature. The minute you write something on your paper, it is your copyright. There is no need for protecting. The protection becomes critical when you want to take up a litigation. That is the outline of it. I'm not going into any deep sense of copyright, and I'm not going to discuss for the want of time. Most of the times we neglect the trademarks, and we also misuse many a times the trademarks. The minute we think of some name to our business, we think of how do it give meaning to my business, or how people will recognize my business. We often forget that it is required that it should be unique, and it should not be infringing on somebody's intellectual property, or it should not be a generic term which may not give you an opportunity to file it as a trademark. The design is a form of intellectual property that you can look at. If it is a look and feel aspect, like your iPhone, by looking at the product, if somebody can say what the product is, those kind of aspects can be looked at filing as a design. GI is a community-based intellectual property, which I'm not going to touch up today. So primarily, if you know how to understand and identify what is my right intellectual property element in the product I'm developing, or in the research paper I'm developing, in the innovation that I'm working on, and start making notes as a first step. So writing it on a logbook makes a big difference. And from there, you can address all the challenges that we discussed. And anyway, you have to also talk to an IP expert once you do that kind of identification of intellectual property, and get a consultation to ensure that it is appropriately protected, because once you put it in public use, you lose the opportunity to protect it as an intellectual property, which is an important thing that we may have to note. With this few lines, I thank you all for your patience and listening to me for last 20 minutes or so. If you have any questions, I would be happy to address. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hari Prasad. So let's move to the question and answer session. Questions from the floor?
I think the floor is intellectually busy. Anyway, I think it is difficult to understand intellectual property aspects and concepts in just 20 minutes time, and it definitely takes time to process, and we don't have artificial intelligence with us.
All right, Mr. Hari Prasad, there's about 2 questions that I want to post. You know, I'm also interested to know about IPR. This is something getting very popular in business world, because we want companies to do business in an ethical way. That's why we want this kind of protections. All right, so you have got the academic line where you have got patented rights on the experimental science, and then for social science also you have got the copyrights. All right, that's on the academic line. And then you have got the protection for the other manufacturing lines, like, you know, coming up with new products. So these are things like people like researchers and also students are quite confused as how you explained just now, how to identify which IPR you have to use. for which product. These are quite complicated, for people like us, because we are not from your field, you see.
Yeah.
So what do you suggest for students and basically business students? What kind of a subject can they take to get more understanding and more information on this IPR?
Okay. So see, in today's business context, I think we can't escape from intellectual property because the transactions that are happening, the economy that is evolving is all IP centric. So additional qualification on intellectual property would definitely help to pursue a better career for management students, I would say. Coming to the kind of courses that are available, I think there are some good courses that are getting offered by Nalsa University. There is a diploma, PG diploma in intellectual property offered by Nalsa University, which you can try and explore. I think it is an online course or something like that. I'm not sure about it. Apart from that, I think there are certain courses that are offered by the IP office. There is an institute in Nagpur which specifically teaches intellectual property to students and aspirants to understand intellectual property. It is getting posted, the details are getting posted on the intellectual property site ipindia.nic.in. So you can follow it up from there and you can see the constant notifications that are coming out to understand and be well informed about the advancements in intellectual property. Beyond that, I would suggest that you should have the habit of capturing your innovation in a form. That writing a paper is completely different. In academic context, we write paper, we write research papers, we write articles on the work that we do. But capturing it in appropriate innovation form is a separate skill that we have to also develop. So because in paper you may have some 4 or 5 patents combined. So if you write it in form of your inventor logs, we call in industry context, this is very popular in pharmaceutical business. So they log it every change that they make to their innovation and observe its behavior and see the importance of it to qualify as an intellectual property. So that can be adapted to a wide spectrum of industries to maintain logbook of innovation and research that we are working on. That would definitely help to bring it to a expert, intellectual property expert, and show what you have in the right context. So today, what we are seeing is the research papers that are that you are planning to submit to a journal is most of the times is made available to an attorney or an intellectual property expert, where we get a very limited insight on your innovation story. We will not be able to consult you or help you with the full form of it. So I would encourage if you do these 2 steps, one, to identify the courses that are offered by this popular institutes. Second, to have a habit of logging it in a form. It would definitely help you to identify and explore intellectual property effectively. Hope I answered your question to some extent.
I do understand because you're trying to say that logging, keep a diary and log every step that you're using, right? Exactly. So now mostly IPR is very famous in pharmaceutical industry.
In India, because that is how our market has emerged. But we are now moving in all other directions, like semiconductors are now picking up and many companies are investing on semiconductor innovations in India. There are a lot of investments that are getting pumped on in semiconductor devices because of the slowdown in China and Taiwan. So new opportunities are emerging, and it is the right time for us to leverage the potential of our innovation in the right direction. Otherwise, we will remain as an open market. That is the threat that I am foreseeing.
Okay, thank you very much, Hari Prasad, for your presentations. And I think that this has benefited, given a lot of insights to the students as well as the delegates and also others who are attending in this conference.
Thank you.
So let's move to the next presenter, Ms. Kumudu. She's going to present on digital transformation in finance, and she's a Vice President, Finance and Control in Nestle Lanka PLC, Sri Lanka. Over to you, Ms. Kumudu.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. So let me share my screen and take you through. Let me know whether you can see.
No, I cannot see your slide yet.
Is it coming?
Just give me, yeah, okay, now I can see your screen.
Okay, right. So good afternoon again. So what I will try to do is I'll try to take you through some thoughts on digital transformation, why we need it, what we are doing, and then I'll try to talk around some of the practical examples in our organization, how we have been using this. So moving on, first, what does actually digital transformation for finance mean? So basically how we see it is like in 3 steps, right? First, we talk about digitization, like a basic step of conversion of information, like be it a video, text, or pictures even, to a format that can be managed by computer. So that's like a first step. And then digitalization, which is using those technologies to enable or improve business models and processes, right? So in our organization, we have kind of started some time back on these 2 steps. And currently we are more focusing on digital transformation, which is like more coordinated change effort. You're talking about scale here, and also touching all aspects of the business where we need to closely, we are in finance, but we need to closely work with other stakeholders. Now, for the first one, some examples, if I say like in digitization, so basically, using something like optical character recognition, like and using it in a process. For example, like, we have nowadays organizations talk about end-to-end processes. Like, so we have mainly identified 4, like, for example, order to cash. We call it order to cash. Basically, from the time a demand is captured to the go through the invoicing full process and a collection of your debts. So here, basically demand capturing, how can you standardize a particular format where you get the order from the customer, and then use technology to read it so that no one needs to do a manual order capturing into the system. So these are some of the examples that we've been using. And especially for a large organization like us, what we have done is, now when we talk about automation or digitization, so I think as a prerequisite for that, we need to simplify and standardize our processes. So over the years, this is something we've done, and I'm sure it's not only in Nestle, but most of the other organizations, especially the big ones, to take leverage of the scale, ventured on this path. So where the transactional finance or transactions that were done in different markets were simplified and standardized, and these were moved to what we call above market or a center of scale, right? So for example, if you take Nestle, for all of Asia, Oceania, and Africa, we have 2 centers, one based in Manila, the big one, the other one is in Gurgaon only. So in India. So the India center mainly caters to the South Asian markets, but whereas Manila to the rest of the Asia, Oceania, as well as even North America operations are handled by that. So what happens is, now when you have this scale of such operations, you get a lot of data, and when you're handling this type of big data, you can use technology to make more efficient operations as well as make decisions using this data. So moving on to why digital transformation is needed is again the finance function, the expectation. If I go back a long time back, it was more like transactional accounting, from where it moved to a co-piloting role, where we had to really work closely with the business to guide the business in decision making. So here, with latest evolution in the environment, the expectation of these things also going beyond cost and efficiency orientation to a more insight and decision making. So when we have to do that, we should leverage the opportunities that we see from disruptive technologies like AI, machine learning, and also the big data that I spoke earlier about, which of course will continue to increase our competitiveness, either by having more efficient operations, which will reduce cost, but also giving more insights into different patterns of behavior, which can be from our stakeholders like customers, vendors, or our end consumers. So here only we actually leverage what I mentioned earlier, the big data or the large amount of data that we have in our organization. So moving on to what type of digital technologies we use. One aspect is automation and robotics, right? We do also have this type of robotics and automations in different markets, but more also in those type of centers or center of scales. Because why? Those centers are handling large amount of data of different markets. So minimizing errors and also coming up with standardized reports, which can be specially shared for benchmarking as well as for the top management decision making, where it is easily comparable. And apart from that, detect patterns and inconsistencies. Now, these detect patterns and inconsistencies can be twofold. One is, like I mentioned earlier, to detect any errors, or the other can be also to see certain behavioral patterns in our data, which can give some insight to make a decision making, maybe in improving working capital, maybe addressing a let's say defining a particular trade promotion scheme. So things like that. And the second element is data visualizing. This is getting more meaningful information for end user community. Now here end user means it could be the market CFOs, market CEOs, and different business unit managers, or even other functions, and also driven by a more self-service approach. Now here one example is we now say each month we do a period end closing, so which is usually completed for the market, let's say by second or the third day of the month. Then now this the P&L that you have for the company is also available, or we've done it in product and channel levels. So earlier, when we had, say, for example, Excel reports, so maybe we used to have a standard set of reports, but the limitations were like they were like more standardized and less customized, and also someone like, let's say for example, a top management had to request maybe from the financial community to have the get this report. And then any deviation or any change in those reports, let's say we compare versus last month or the similar period in the last year, then we need to go back and forth. But however, by using tools like Power BI, we have been able to actually, one is give different views and more customized approach, and also available in their own mobiles also. So basically, the current ways of working, especially the mobility, you don't have to be in office, remote working, you can access data from anywhere. So this flexibility and the speediness of information being available is one thing that we have been working on and leveraging. Then the third one is using advanced analytics. This is mainly for forecasting and scenario planning, coupled with simulation and predictive analysis. So here some example is like we have this process called monthly business planning, which is the underlying process which facilitates what we call dynamic forecasting. So as we all know, it's a very VUCA environment in which we live in. So real-time information and the ability to simulate and do different scenario plannings is key, so that we take corrective actions without delay. So so what we have here is we utilize tools. For example, we have SAP as our ERP system. So we take actual data from SAP, and we have what we call a dynamic planning framework, a tool, access-based tool, which we use to enter data, and say by combining these two and generating a dashboard, which also allows the simulation and therefore different scenarios help us in this process, and also communicating with other stakeholders, especially during the last 2 years of pandemic. This really helped us in taking active and proactive actually decisions in a timely manner. So type of analytics. So this, I think you all are familiar with the 4 types of analytics which we speak usually. So traditionally, we have been more looking back, descriptive or diagnostic analysis. But however,
you need to wrap up the session within 2 minutes.
Sure. So, and then now we are more looking at predictive and prescriptive analysis, which will enable us to do our business better. So, few points to note is when we do digital transformation, we need to be mindful of certain few things. One is capability building of the team, especially understanding the technology as well as the business need, data governance, accuracy, and also collecting the right data, and ethical and legal aspects, especially when we are dealing with consumer data, which we use for our promotional related decisions, and of course the security, cyber security, and the compliance. So a few examples where we have used data analytics is, one is on heavily on internal controls, where we have our own internal control dashboards, which are actually generated through data scripts or programs, which throw out outliers. It can be balance sheet integrity, potential duplicate payments, or credit notes. So things like this, through a script, by taking certain data in SAP, we have given rules, and using those rules, it creates an outlier report based on which we can take action. And also another area where we are actually working with our audit partners, which is Ernst & Young, is how to do audit centralization and use of data analytics. So by doing that, we are kind of leveraging scale of data in the central points, and kind of limiting the duplicate work of auditors across different markets doing different types of audits. And then, of course, as I mentioned, the insights for decision making, and also, especially during the pandemic, using digitalization, like things like DocuSign, and using Power App for workflows. We not only got rid of paper usage, but also made it, to approve us everything to do it from anywhere else. So with that, I will end my presentation. I hope you were able to get some idea of how we are leveraging how we are leveraging digitization to improve our and do our business better. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kumudu. So let's move to the question and answer session. Any questions from the floor? Okay, so I think, sorry. All right, thank you, Ms. Kumudu. Okay, so that was a very clear presentation on the digital transformation in finance. And then you also spoke about automation, data visualization, and advanced analytics, all right? So far, it was very clear. And I think the finance students who are taking finance subjects or units will benefit from your presentations. So that's all from myself. All right, so let's move to the conclusion on all the 4 speakers who presented today. All right, so to wrap up this session, I just want to say that this sharing informations on the digital technologies in the business world, okay, and we had a lot of insights, and then these 4 aspects of digital world, we learned on how business is moving across to the digital paradigm. That means there's a paradigm shift. And in post-COVID-19, I believe most business transformed to the digital world. So this is actually going to benefit the organizations, companies, industries, because it will save the time and also meet the competitive advantage. So that's all from myself. Thank you very much.
For sharing your expertise. Thank you, ma'am, and all the expert speakers in the panel discussion for sharing your expertise in the field of digitalization that has ignited the knowledge to all of us. And feedback link has been sent in the Zoom chat box for the participants. I request all the participants to kindly fill the feedback link for this program. And may now request the participants to break for lunch and assemble in the hall by 2 p.m. for the next session. Thank you all.
நல்லாவே
Um, Sir, we will start the session in another 5 minutes, sir. Please, sorry for there is some technical issues with the resource person to join.
Okay,
So we
okay,
can
no problem. No problem,
Sorry,
no
sir.
problem. Okay, no problem. We can start within 5 minutes. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is audible.
Okay, okay, okay. Please.
Thank you. Yeah.
Vijay.
எங்க இருக்கு ஆப்ஷன்ஸ் அந்த மாதிரி எங்க இருக்கு ஆப்ஷன்ஸ் அந்த மாதிரி
Mr. M. Seshasai. Mr. M. Seshasai is a Honorary General Counsel, Republic of Seychelles. Mr. M. Seshasai was one of the first to start a bubble top can water in Chennai in 1994. He partnered with Coca-Cola to manufacture and distribute Kenley water. He promoted and managed the largest mineral water factory in Asia in terms of capacity in 2003. He was a distributor of Nokia phones and bagged the award for the Best Distributor Award in India in 2009. And from 2012 to 2015, he served as a professor in Satya Sai Institute of Higher Education, teaching the students marketing concepts and rural entrepreneurship for the management study students. He started Farm Guru, a school for city children to understand agriculture and farming, which is www.farmguru.org. He is also a part of Roundtable India and become the first chairman for the country. Visionary, process-oriented, and result-minded executive, noted as an expert manager and motivation leader, bringing in rare level of business acumen and record of achievements with rich over 24 years of career. Mr. Saiji got elevated to become a honorary general for Republic for Seychelles for South India. We welcome you, sir, to discuss on the topic medical tourism.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Panel discussion forum is Mr. Vishal, international trainer, founder and CEO of Skills Enhancement Academy, India. Mr. Vishal, a leadership coach who has helped corporate professionals and student community to overcome their self-limiting beliefism, break barriers, and lead a successful life. With over 17 years of work experience and more than 16 years of training experience, he is expertise in leadership skills, coaching, mentoring, facilitating life skills, soft skills, personality development, interpersonal relations, and man management. Mr. Vishal has a rich and insightful experience in helping organizations across multi-locations, multi-state, and global environment work through change and achieve growth. He is known for his skills as a leader and as a coach. He has the ability to foster the culture, change, apply, and translate business strategies to target audience, make them a strategic thinking and problem solving. And he has helped lakhs of professionals to create their success stories. We invite you, sir, to discuss on the topic of emotional well-being in digital era. So now the over goes to Dr. Girish Kumar, sir, to kindly conduct this technical panel discussion session.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. P. Hemaudi. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are.
Am I audible to you? Sorry?
You are audible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So in this beautiful afternoon, I am extremely happy to be a part of this international conference organized by SA College of Arts and Science, which is affiliated to the prestigious University of Madras. For the first time, I take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to the principal, Dr. Maladi Shivakumar, and also all other organizers for having invited me to be the rapporteur or moderator to this particular technical session. Definitely, I take this as a pleasurable experience because I strongly believe that sharing knowledge on a win-win situation is definitely useful to all of us. And I'm extremely happy to present, this particular technical session before this August audience. So unfortunately, I am given only 5 minutes time for introducing this particular theme, and our panel has given 20 minutes time. Anyway, that's very good. In this on a very good topic of innovations and challenges in business. As all of us know, innovation is the organic function of every business, and innovation is a key differentiator which either make or mar a business in 21st century. When we talk of innovation, we can see we are living in an electronic world. We are living in a wired world. We are living in a world where everything is possible, but nothing is certain. And there's a popular saying that if the United States of America sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. That is the extent of interrelation between different parts of the world, thanks to technology, because technology has also united us. All of us are actually situated in thousands and thousands of kilometers far away from different parts of the world. And technology has brought to us common platform, digital platform, to share our experiences. So there is a popular saying that what is management in 21st century? Management in 21st century means managing three things. That is, first one is managing technology, second one is managing knowledge, and third one is managing relationships. technology management, knowledge management, and relationship management. These are the three important pillars of a modern business in 21st century. Therefore, we have to understand that the technology as an ultimate leveler has completely altered the landscape of the business in 21st century, because technology is doing wonders. Technology has completely altered the business venture these days. Therefore, things that have seemed improbable just 10 to 20 years ago are now.
In the system update,
Mr. Girish, you're being muted.
So the convergence between information technology and communication technology has drastically altered the business. Consequently, when we are talking about electronic commerce or mobile commerce or voice commerce or collaborative commerce or social commerce or FP commerce or day-to-day commerce, etc., so many innovations and inversions are taking place in the field of business. Therefore, this particular session is intended to delve into what are the innovations and the challenges in the business sector, especially in the 21st century. I am extremely happy to welcome all the panelists who are persons proved as luminaries from different fields, from academics and also industry people. So before I start with this particular session, I would like to just request to all the audience, members of the audience, that there's a popular saying that if two persons always agree, one person is unnecessary. Whenever a panelist is actually presenting his paper or presenting the findings before this august audience, you people are supposed to simply enter into discussion. You can act, react, interact. You can ask questions, you can modify, you can supplement, you can opine. That is, anything is possible, because we always expect a very good discussions after having presented a paper. Therefore, some sort of bilateral discussion is necessary rather than a unilateral presentation before this audience. Therefore, every panelist will be given 20 minutes time for presentation, and after that, you will be having a very nice discussion based on the topic. Okay, wish you all the very best. I wholeheartedly welcome all the panelists, MSI, Mr. Vishal, and also Benson Daniel Radia towards this particular platform for making the presentation. So for these few words, let me, as the time is deficient, let me enter into my duty of welcoming each and every panelist for presentation. First of all, I would like to welcome Mr. MSI, Honorary Consul General, Republic of Seychelles, for the purpose of presenting his land on medical tourism. Welcome you, sir. Please have a presentation. You can take 20 minutes time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Girish Kumar, sir, Principal, and it is so glad to hear you. And with all that inspiration, I hope I can meet up to the expectations of the audience here. So let me share my screen. Is the screen visible, sir?
Yes, it's okay. It's okay right now.
Right. Okay. So, Namaskaram to all of you. Namaskaram has a very unique meaning, which actually means I see divinity in you and I bow to the divinity in front of you. And similarly, in one, though there is an ik, but the sound is more like ak, which has got 3 dots, which is also called the Aidayat. And in my opinion, it means the 2 eyes of mine is looking at the divine eye of yours and I'm bowing to the divinity. So I am the honorary consul for the country called Republic of Seychelles. Seychelles is a very, very small country in the middle of Indian Ocean. And you can see it is in the right in the middle of Indian Ocean, and it is consists of 105 islands, out of which only 4 are inhabited. The rest are all you don't have anybody staying there in that islands because it's not feasible or viable for them to stay. So I am appointed by the President of India and President of Republic of Seychelles. He is the current president. He got elected last October. He is Ram Kalawan, and I have not met him, though I have spoken to him over twice. I have not met him till now, and probably this October, when we have the conference, the opportunity to meet him. The previous president is Honorable President Mr. Danny Fio. He and me are great friends, and we have done a lot of things together, more so because we have fought as an country, our diplomatic relationship with China, with Pakistan, with Sri Lanka, with Nepal, all of us have been terribly bad, but the only country who's really friendly and who kind of can say that a smaller brother is Seychelles. Seychelles, like I said, is a very small country, and the population is only a lakh of people, but out of which 8,600 citizens of Seychelles are from Tamil Nadu, and more so from Sirgari, from Chidambaram, from Pondicherry and Karaikal. So President Danny Fior had come to Chennai at least 5 times in the last 7-8 years, and we had gone for a shopping. And one of the best things we did was to buy a coastal boat for the Coast Guard of the country. And as we were discussing about it, we wrote to the Indian government and we requested them if they can kind of gift this kind of a boat to Seychelles. They were fortunate enough, and there were a lot of discussions. And finally, 2 boats were given, one from the L&T, the other one is from the Visakhapatnam boat building yard. I had the opportunity to meet our Honorable Prime Minister. This is about 3.5 years ago. And I also had the opportunity to meet a lot of eminent leaders and, people in great positions. This is one of the functions. On my left, you can see my ambassador, ex-ambassador, Lee Gall. And on the right, you can see Kiran Bedi. This was a function which was in Pondicherry, where the first Indian landed in Seychelles about 250 years ago. To commemorate that, we kind of had an amazing event in the Pondicherry University, and one of the most amazing partnerships which we had between Pondicherry University and Seychelles University. Now, my role in Seychelles, other than being the bilateral and all that, is that Seychelles, like I said, is a very small country and the population is only about 1 lakh of people. Like if you can take in Trivandrum or in Chennai, West Mambalam, if you take 2 streets, you can actually have 1 lakh of people in terms of numbers. So because it's a very, very small country, they have a good GDP and all that, but the issue is that they do not have a viable hospital. One of the reasons why they don't have a viable hospital is because in 1 lakh of people, in a month, probably about 4 or 5 people would have a cardiology problem. And if you want to do a bypass surgery in Seychelles by giving a huge setup in terms of multi-speciality hospital, the cost per surgery would be not less than about 1.5 crores. Whereas a similar surgery in Chennai or anywhere in the country would not be more than about 2 lakhs for a surgery. So that is the primary role of mine, where initially I was into a lot of philanthropy, and I could relate that kind of a situation here. My father had done a lot of medical camps, and when they came to me with this problem, I said, okay, we'll kind of work out some kind of methodology with some hospital. So initially we went to a couple of hospitals, but the problem is when these patients come from Seychelles via Dubai or via Sri Lanka, early in the morning at 4:30, 5 o'clock, they didn't have anybody to take care of them when they land up in the hospital. They're already sick and they need an attender. If the attender has to come along with the patients, the attender money or the flight charges would not be borne by the government. So by saying that, having said that, I would like to also add by saying that the Seychelles government takes care of all the healthcare, and 60% of their patients, these seriously critical patients, come to Chennai. About 20% of them go to Sri Lanka, and the balance go to France. The reason why they go to France is because Seychelles is a French territory, and all the elite people in Seychelles, they have their own private kind of understanding with a lot of hospitals in Chennai too, which also I take care. So you can see my current ambassador, Mr. Pillai, though he's got the name Pillai as his last name, he doesn't know a word of Tamil or Malayalam. So he has been one person who's been very keen to make sure all the patients who come from Chennai from Seychelles to Chennai are taken care of. There's one lady who was suffering from cancer, and before she left, we could actually had the opportunity to meet her, and it's a beautiful feeling. When patient get well and goes back to their country, it has been amazing. So this is another patient, and this boy had an accident and his backbone was fractured, and somehow in Mion Hospital, he was rectified and he went back to Seychelles with a lot of smiles and joy. So one of the best things is I could do in the last 2-3 years was in 2020 March, we had a lockdown for the whole country. And these people whom you see on the screen are all patients who got well and they are getting ready to go back to the country. But you know, most of you must be knowing there were no flights to India or from India. So at that time, with the help of the Malaysian Consul General, His Excellency Saravanan, who is also a Tamilian, who helped me by saying that you can actually write to the Ministry of External Affairs, and I could take back these patients to Seychelles, which you can see the joy in their face after they had got the treatment and they've got rectified from their illness. So this is one of the pictures where all of them were going back to Seychelles, and a special flight from Seychelles came. And this is something which I always cherish in my heart. And this lady who was suffering from some intestinal issues, she went back with her grandson, and that's the message she gave. And that's the most beautiful thing which has happened to me. Now, the connection between me and Seychelles is primarily on this medical tourism. And that's why the principal of SA College, or Madam Priya and Malati Madam, had given me this opportunity to address all of you on medical tourism. So coming back to the reason why India has become a new hub for medical tourism is primarily because our empathy is much, much higher than any of the foreign countries. We take care of the patients so well, you know, because we are from a culture where we make sure that whoever is a guest to our country, we take care of them. And that is one of the primary thing which I would always tell anybody, saying that the reason why India is becoming a medical tourism hub is because of that factor. Of course, there are all other factors which I'm going to discuss to you now. Because of the lower cost, one of the reasons why it is a lower cost, like I said before, for a heart surgery in Seychelles, it will cost about 1.5 crore, whereas in Chennai, it will not be more than about 2 lakh rupees. And second thing is that our doctors are fluent in English, and they can really make sure that the patients are very comfortable, and a personal one-to-one eye contact is done, and a personal rapport is built with the patients. And that's one of the reasons why our tourism has been going every year, year on year. We have an increase of 25 to 30% on medical tourism. We are the 5th top in terms of the highest medical tourists coming into a country, followed by Malaysia, Thailand, Brazil, and Mexico. So more so, Chennai has been a phenomenal success in terms of medical tourism, which I'll come to you later. And a lot of people from America, from Canada, from UK are coming to, more from the Africa actually. But the shocking part is that why Americans are coming to India when they have so much of infrastructure. One of the prime reasons is that they are coming because the costs are so low, very, very low. If it is almost as low as 25% of the actual cost in America. And similarly from Canada also, a lot of people come here. So these are the prime reasons why a lot of people come to India. One, I have already said, it is a low cost. Second is the most important thing is the less waiting time. A lot of people, for example, if somebody wants a cataract surgery to be done in UK, it takes about 3-4 months, which actually means for 3-4 months, this elderly person is completely blind because the government takes care of the cost. Whereas in India, to do a cataract surgery, there is not even a second in terms of waiting time. They can come in the morning, do the surgery in about 3 days, and in about 4 days, they can go back to the country. And all these people who come, who get back their sight, have the opportunity to visit a lot of places in India because they always have this dream of wanting to go to India. And because of the ancestral sites and a lot of other tourism places, today the beaches have become better. The Western people who live in cold countries would love to have tropical kind of a feel with them. So that is the second part. And third, we do have the best of the best quality in terms of machinery, in terms of equipment, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of qualified nurses, and above all, we have the best doctors. And I will also explain to you as to how we got the best doctors in our country. Third, the personalized services, which I was talking to you about, that each person is attached to a patient and they actually become a family friend for each of them. And that was lacking in Western because they were too professional and they don't go beyond a particular line. They have a boundary and they have a lot of rules that they should not be personally attached to a particular patient. And of course, like I said, after the surgery or after they get well, they also want to have a look at the rich heritage which we have, like the Mamallapuram in Chennai, or we can also talk about the backwaters of Kerala from Principal Girish sir, and we can also see Taj Mahal, and a lot of people want to have a dream of having a look at the Taj Mahal. So these are the reasons why India is slowly becoming a tourism hub. And these are the areas where we are actually excelling. One, the Ayurveda treatment is really gaining a lot of importance worldwide. And when you kind of imbibe the Ayurveda thing along with yoga, this kind of gives you a kind of a phenomenal success in terms of medical tourism. Then we do have Unani, we have the, most of you people might not know, but lot of these medicines have become alternative. When the allopathic doctor is saying no for a particular case, there are occasions and there are innumerable cases where you can see that they were actually kind of treated well and got well because of the alternative treatments. Then we have the cosmetic surgery. Of course, Thailand has been the most successful country in terms of cosmetic surgery. Slowly, our country also is becoming one of the best countries in terms of cosmetic surgery. And we have the advanced and life-saving healthcare. The reason why we were able to get it at the low cost of this advanced and life-saving. Can you hear, sir? Can you hear me, sir? Because you're the only person I could see. So other people are all in the ghost areas. So thank you, sir. Right, sir. So we're talking about the advanced technologies which we have. It is not just that we are importing the machinery of late. There are a lot of manufacturers who come together and creating phenomenal solutions for a very small problem. Like this whole thing is about innovation. A lot of young doctors, especially on the robotic surgery, we are becoming the leaders in the world. That is, a doctor can stay somewhere else and the patient can be somewhere else. And with the help of a computer, he can do the surgery because he's got a lot of number of cases which he can actually make sure that a lot of people are benefited. Then on the allopathy side, you can see the percentages. 30% are for cardiac surgery and roughly around 15 are for orthopedic, 12 are for nephrology and so on. And cancer also, a lot of patients on cancer come because, and there's a lot of revenue on cancer. The reason is that a patient has to stay at least about 5-6 months here because he has to go through chemotherapy and so many other, treatments have to be done. At that time, for them to have a cozy atmosphere, there are phenomenal resort kind of hospitals in Chennai and all over India. So now, coming back to our city, which is Chennai, most of you would not know the first ever hospital which was built in the country on the basis of allopathy is as old as 335 years, which was built in 1664, first in Madras. That time it is called Madras because of the Budrasa Channappa, the person who gave the land for the East India Company. And the soldiers who came for, taking care of this war and all that and trying to acquire land were all treated in this hospital. You can look at this picture and you can see the writing that it was founded in the year 1664. And later on, it was rebuilt so many times. This structure which you see on the left, which is the red structure, is still there and nothing has been changed in that. And this is one of the most premium hospitals in the country today. Other than that, there was a particular building which is converted into a hospital, which is probably one of the best government hospitals in the country. And this is a picture of it when it was first constructed. And this madam is Mary, and she is the first women doctor to come to India and make sure a lot of women are kind of imbibed in the whole system. And she is responsible for this 200 years old, ophthalmologic hospital, which is the first in Asia, other than the West countries. The first eye hospital in Asia is from Chennai, which is 200 years old. And we have 4 other hospitals in Chennai. Most of you must have heard about the Vellore Hospital, which is phenomenal in terms of expertise, phenomenal in terms of the infrastructure, and it is also phenomenal in terms of taking care of the nearby villages. So that is probably one of the first hospitals which was actually built in terms of wanting to take care of some philanthropic activity around Vellore. So that is my presentation, but I have some more points to be added here. One is that the reason why a lot of doctors are an expertise from Tamil Nadu or Kerala or Karnataka is because most of them have a lot of experience in terms of trying to gather as much information as possible. If you have a patient, say, on a cataract or something, if you go to UK or USA, they might 4 or 5 tests. Whereas if you go to hospitals like Shankara Hospital or even Agarwal, the doctor can look at the eye and say, it is at this stage and you need surgery at this time, and before this time you need to do the surgery. That kind of an expertise happens because the number of patients are too many in our country and in this part of the world, and a lot of people have this expertise of understanding a patient without doing a particular test. Of course, they might land up doing a test before the surgery to make sure that they're given the right method. Another reason why our country, there has been a lot of medical tourism is because that our laws are not been strict. For example, there is a lot of recently liver transplants happening in Chennai. And if something goes wrong in America, the damages you pay for the wrong thing which has been done, which is not intentional, by the way, is sometimes, everything can go wrong. Everything can have a human error. At that time, the laws in India are still yet to become strict. And that's the reason we are able to give it at a low cost. And that's probably one of the reasons why we have. Above all, I wanted to say that in India, close to about 1 million tourists from all over the Dubai, UK, Canada, people even from Sri Lanka come to Chennai and all other parts of India. And Chennai, out of that 1 million people, close to about 3 to 3.5 lakhs, which is 35% of the patients come to Chennai. So with this, I have given you a synopsis of why India has been a tourist hub and how I can brag about by saying that I am connected with this medical tourism. And third is the Chennai part and how Chennai as a city is kind of developing on this medical tourism and how revenue is being generated for a country in the foreign currency. So thank you so much for the opportunity. It's been nice to see all of you. And I can see Pradeep sir there. Pradeep sir might not know me, but I know him very well. Pleasure seeing you very well there, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Girish Kumar sir, for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Namaskaram, sir. Thank you.
Namaskaram, sir. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation. Actually, your presentation was complete, excellent, and expert presentation, cutting across different. Cutting across different aspects of the medical tourism. In fact, now the floor is open for discussion. You can, members of the audience, please ask questions based on the presentation made by MS Sai. Actually, he is an expert adept in the field of medical tourism that we can understand. He has touched upon almost all no stone was left unturned within the time allotted to him. He has very beautifully covered as to what is the advantage India when compared to other nations of the world with regard to medical tourism and how the medical tourism which is skyrocketing in our country, what are the attractions besides the low cost, low waiting time, world-class quality, and also our rich cultural heritage, etc., have leveraged us in this particular front. And there is every possibility that this particular medical tourism, unlike that of what is called responsible tourism or heritage tourism or cultural tourism or pilgrim tourism, backwater tourism, eco tourism, etc., there is every possibility for medical tourism to flourish in our country as a result of a large scale foreign direct investment which is coming to this particular sector, and also when compared to the cost efficiency advantage when compared to other nations of the world. So, learned members of the audience, please ask questions based on his presentation. Now it is open for discussion. Any question? Anybody from the part of audience? I can understand that Sri M.S. Sai is an adept, who is an expert in the field, who will be in a position to answer all our queries, because he is such a person who is that much exposed and having practical experiential knowledge on this particular topic. Any questions from the part of audience?
So happy afternoon.
Okay, please.
Accepting our invite and coming over here as a rapporteur. This is Dr. Malati, sir, principal of the college. Thank you. And Mr. Sai, it was excellent as usual. And I have one question on behalf of my students. What do you think are the opportunities that are open for undergraduate students in the field of medical tourism?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. It's a very brilliant question because a lot of people do not have an opportunity to become doctors. I always say, there is a particular person who's taking photograph there, right in the middle. The person who takes the photograph is never in the photograph. It is always the other persons who are there in the photograph. Like that, it is not just the doctors, the front office manager, the nurses, the person who's good in emergency training. We have so many courses now and people are passionate about different things. We can actually become an expert in kind of doing a first aid itself. So the opportunities are immense. It is not just about medicine. A lot of people do not get medicine, but the best work and the most sincere work can actually, if you have the passion and if you want to do a lot of social work, there are so many other opportunities. Like I said, the physiotherapy is such an amazing opportunity for all these children, because today people live more than about 80 years. And at that time, every single person needs a physiotherapy. With a guided physiotherapy is what I'm trying to say, where we can kind of bring these young children who will be passionate and who are also strong in strength. It is not about the patient. The person who's actually doing the physiotherapy will be so much as you will do, because you need some physical strength there also. So like that, we can talk about anything. The Ayurvedic thing, a lot of colleges are kind of coming up with a lot of methods. For some people, if there are no remedies at all in the allopathy, the other person is definitely going to die. Let us say at about 82 years old or 85 years old. The best thing one person can do is that give him the most pain so that it passes away properly. And allopathy treatment, the only treatments for at that time, the Ayurvedic and Indian medicines actually come to the forefront. And I have seen patients who are actually much relieved. They started smiling after taking Ayurvedic medicines. I'm not advocating Ayurvedic because they will put me under jail if I do that. But then again, I wanted to say that there are alternative methods which we have to seriously consider. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, there is a brilliant answer. In continuation to Honorable Principal Dr. Malati Sivakumar question, sir, I would like to ask a question to you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you ever think more policy support is needed from the part of government of India for the healthy growth of medical tourism sector? Or in opinion, what are the pragmatic measures you can suggest for improvement or the healthy growth of the medical tourism sector in our country?
Sir, first, there can be a specifically for medical tourism.
Okay.
There is no course for specifically for medical tourism. There is a course for tourism. There is a course for a doctor. There is a course for the nurses. When I say medical tourism, what all can be included is that the patient doesn't walk into our country at the hospital entrance. The patient walks into the country right from the aircraft. The moment he gets down of the aircraft, and he is taken to the hospital, there are so many things he needs. For example, a small SIM card is very much necessary for a patient. As the patient goes, he might need some food which is compatible to his country. Our country the food is so spicy, and the first day he's already suffering with a big boil on his head, and he walks down to the airport and he takes one idli and dosa. It will be so spicy for him. Is there a possibility that we can give him proper food? And the ambulance factor also is completely different here. Such situations are there. These are the areas where I think the government has a policy. Second is that there is no special rebate for the the tourists who come into India. If we can give some kind of a tax rebate, is something which I am also talking to them. And third, most important factor is the most difficult visa to get in the world is not the American visa, to get the Indian visa. The bureaucracy is so much in our country that most of them, these patients, they come for about 1 week, taking that they will be rectified in 1 week. But sometimes it so happens they'll be here for almost 3 to 4 months. And because of that, there is an extension in their stay, and it is beyond the visa limit, for which they have to go to the FRRO, which is the Foreign Regulation Officer, and he's got issues in filling up the form and all other things. So if we can address all this, the whole thing can come under one topic, which is called the medical tourism, and a university or a college or a course for medical tourism, sir.
Okay, sir. Very good. Very good. Thank you so much. Your observation is very apt, and we have to start the courses. We have to provide a tax rebate to those persons who are coming to our country, and also simplifying the visa procedures. That is also very important. Yes. Very good. Very good. Any other questions from the audience? Otherwise, we will move on to next panelist. Any question? Actually, it's a very rare opportunity for you to ask question, especially on medical tourism. Ask Mr. MS Sai is such a learned expert or adept in the field, because no other person, I think, is a person who is that much experience and expertise on the topic. Any question?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Thank you. So let me move on to our next presenter. May I call upon?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I will just introduce the next speaker for this discussion forum, sir.
Okay, please do it. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Emmanuel Steve Pradeep Kumar. He's a head of Department of Shipping and Logistics of Matrix Clothing Private Limited, which is in Gurgaon. And Mr. Emmanuel possesses 23 years of experience in the field of export and import logistics and shipping documentation. And he has served in several reputed organizations across the globe, namely Pdca Garments Industries Limited, located at Indonesia, SL Trading, which is located at Hong Kong, and Carle Groups of Company in Bangalore, Regency International, Fifth Avenue Sourcing in Chennai. And Mr. Emmanuel is expertise in export documentation, shipping and logistics. We invite you, Emmanuel, sir, to discuss on the topic of digitalization of logistics.
Teacher. Okay, mom. Thank you.
Yes, I'm not able to hear.
Okay.
Okay. Now it is okay.
Okay, sir. Please.
Hi.
I wholeheartedly welcome you towards this virtual platform to make an explicit presentation on the topic. Okay,
yes.
Sir.
Yes. Thank you. Let me start with, because this is what's immediate invitation to me, a very sudden invitation. So I was not able to prepare what has to be prepared on a flow chart or whatever it has to be. So I'll have a general conversation on this whole topic regarding the centralization or digitalization, whatever it is called, in the field of export as well as on the imports. See, let me go through 2 different countries where I can explain what was happening in the 2 different countries, what were the procedures they were following, what are the shipping details, what they were doing for each and every day on a day-to-day aspects. This is what has improvised, the digitalization has improvised a clarity to the government, how to monitor an organization. Let me take Indonesia on an example basis. Now, Indonesia is a country where the most of the business of the garment industries has been happening. I've been in this garment industry for the past 23 years. So I've been handling the shipping and the logistics side. So this company called Pdca Cycle, I'll take them as an example. This company is a bonded zone. We have two different areas in an export, which is called as bonded zone units, which they are calling that as a short form as EOU, that is 100% export oriented unit. And we have another division on this, which is called as DTA, which is duty tariff area. So the advantage of bonded zone and a non-bonded zone factory is a bonded zone factory has to export complete production of their production has to be exported. Whereas you take a DTA, which you can do a local sale along with the export. And that are the different benefits which is being given. If you take on the import side of a bonded zone area, whatever you import into that country is given you as a duty free. And if you take a DTA, this is not exempted on the duty, but they have given you some provisions on capital goods as well as your products for your export. These products and the capital goods can be obtained through certain licenses. For a capital goods, they call that EPCG, Export Promotion Capital Goods Scheme. So under this, you can import the goods with a lesser value of 5% and have a huge value of duty exemption. Where you go into a material like whatever raw materials are needed, whatever the company or the product it may be, for that they call that as an advanced license, which you can apply on a duty exemption. This is for a DTA unit. This is an option given. Whereas if you take for a bonded zone, it's a complete exemption on all materials. Am I audible to everybody? Are you listening?
Yeah, now you are audible. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now these are the two different units which wherever all the globe you go, you will be finding these are the units wherever in the world. This is for the garment industry and now, if you go into Indonesia's system, what is now done is Indonesia has brought a new system to monitor the bonded zone factories as well as the DTA factories. This is a digitalization what they have done to have a clear monitor on the factories' activities. Now, they have made this very easy that all the imports, whatever the material, the reason why they wanted to do this is the digitalization gives a clarity for the customs. What is the stock is being kept back and what is the duty exemption given to that company and what is the benefits they are taking from the government and are they achieving the targets which are given for the reason of exports. So whatever the reason of bonded zone is, whenever any material is being imported, we have to export the value of that amount, whether it to monitor that details. This process has been brought. So whenever we import fabric or we import our machines, so based on that, they wanted to monitor so that how much is the fabric is being utilized for the export, how much is the balance which is kept, and what will be the utilization, and when will that utilization will be completed. This previously it was a manual records which the government as well as the factories were able to manipulate so many things. This digitalization has given a full clarity on this bonded zone factories for factories which are in Indonesia. The same thing happens for a DTA unit also, which they have also made a system for all the DTA units to have a clarity that the licenses, what they are taking. They have a different set of licenses there. There is a 6 months licenses for all the duty extension, where the previously, which I explained about the EPCG as well as the advanced license, it's for Indian DTA units, where they have a special license, which is for the import of fabrics. This is for a DTA unit, which they give you a provision. This is a 6 months license, which can be taken every 6 months based on your turnover and based on your overall turnover for the past 6 months and the previous 6 months. The present 6 months exemption is given. This is how, and Indonesian digitalization has made those factories. This doesn't relate only to garment industry. This relates to all the factories across different products, whatever may be the products. This is what it applies to. So this is how the digitalization is helping Indonesia, even to the customs and even to the factories, to have a clear-cut clarities on all what is happening. So let me now come to India. See, in India, we also have these two type of setups, which is there as a bonded zone and a DTA unit. In Indian sector, the same aspect is still followed, which means the complete digitalization has not yet entered into EVA units. Still, there are bonds. We call that, we have a different system called each material, which is like raw materials. The imported materials like machines are given a value which has to be asserted for a duration. That means whatever the values what we are taking, whatever the dollars or Indian currency we are importing the capital goods. This capital goods can have a re-export within a span of 4 years. This is for a bonded zone. And if you take for a material, so whatever the materials which we can import, like raw materials, whatever it may be, these are having a period called each export of that import from the date of import until the government gives us 6 months duration for this to be exported. If we do not do this export, they give us a span of 2 years for this to be extended. So this they called as bond extensions, which is for the raw materials as well as for the capital goods also. This is for a bonded zone unit. For a non-bonded zone unit, we have a provision. Am I able to listen by everybody?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. Now, if I am taking for a non-bonded zone, we have a provision called EPCG, that which I already mentioned, Export Capital Promotion Rules. So this is a license which is given by a department called JDGFT, which is called as Joint Director General of Foreign Trade. It is a separate council where they issue this particular license, where based on this particular license, you can proceed to import all your capital goods. It might be different machines or whatever it may be, which is specified for your industry. So if I take for the raw materials, these are done as advanced license. This is done under advanced license, where whatever the fabrics or trims or whatever it is imported or whatever material you are importing, the consumption has to be given, and that consumption will be applicable for that quantity of export or number of pieces or quantity whatever we have. This is related to that. Now, the digitalization on the customs purview. Now, this has made little bit easy for the agents as well as for the factory. The digitalization is for a bonded zone, all the shipping bills. Previously, it was in that mode that everything was manual. Like all shipping bills, what has to be done has to be manually filed with the customs and manually done. Now, this digitalization of bringing all shipping bills, all bill of entries is for all the imports. Shipping bill will be used for all the exports. So these two has been done digitalization, where a CHA, that is custom house agent, all factories cannot do a direct clearance with the customs. That means the clearing means one on the goods, and another one on the documentation, whether are we rightly applying the documents, are we rightly declaring the goods, what has been mentioned, what has been exported. These are the details which is already will be done. So now CHAs have been digitalized for all the shipping bill and the bill of entry.
Sir, please unmute, sir.
So you need to unmute.
Mr. Pradeep, you need to unmute, sir.
You are muted, sir. Please unmute.
Is it now okay?
You're able
Yeah, now you're audible, clear.
Okay. Okay, this shipping bills of CHAs have made ease for those people because the number of volumes what customs was going through was tremendous in the previous time. Now the exporters, this easing of shipping bill filing and the bill of entry filing has emerged with new exporters increasing because previously the registrations in the customs was very difficult. Now it has become very easy on an online registration with customs, with ports, and on the shipping bills, on the bill of entries. This has increased more exporters in India, irrespective of products. It has involved more manufacturers who have evinced into exports. So this has given a growth. The digitalization on one point has given a growth for economy for India. Now, what is the disadvantages of this? The disadvantages of this digitalization is everything is systemized. Previously, where an exporter falls into an issue which is not being concluded by the customs, like stock. Whenever there is a stock is left over. But as for digitalization, the stocks has to be closed on the same duration. Sectors like wastages. Still, this is a big market of wastage as well as the stock, which is not being correctly concluded for on the digitalization platform. So all the factories who are having stock are unable to close. And now in the present scenario, it is being physically checked by customs and physically closed by customs, which is a lack, which they are yet to upgrade the systems on the stocks as well as on the leftovers which is being kept. So this is one point where the digitalization, because this particular value, the money which is involved into this particular sector is little higher. So which is always kept open as of now. So this is how the whole digitalization, if I say that the digitalization has helped exporters to grow and more quantities of exporters to come in, but at the same time, there were this digitalization has spoiled the small sectors of the industry, whereas all small sectors were forced to shut down because the small turnover factories like with 50 machines unit and 100 machines unit has been shut down because they were not able to cope up with this particular digitalization. Those factories who were there have now gone into subcon units. That means they've stopped their exports and they've been going on a subcon units, which they will be doing a sub work for the existing bigger factories. So this is which is happening presently in the industry of digitalization. There are advantages and there are disadvantages also.
Okay.
So I would like to conclude this here on digitalization. As per the countries, there are increase in the volumes of trade, but whereas in other aspects, there are sectors where it has gone into trouble.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sri Emmanuel Pradeep, for your wonderful presentation. I understand that you are a person from industry with more than 23 years of experience, right? In industry.
Yes.
And that's why that is very much reflected in your presentation, because without even a single PowerPoint, you would explain everything so beautifully, delineating all the pluses and minuses associated with the digitalization of industry in Indonesia. Now the session is open for discussion. Any question from the audience?
Happy evening, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Although it was very short notice, I think you did a fantastic job, because you have explained what you're living. It's not a text message or something like that. It's exactly what you have felt, what you have experienced, that you have shared with us. It was very, very clear. Thank you so much. I have one question to you, sir.
Yeah.
Do you find that the digitalization process, does it promote sustainable or green practices in logistics, or is it a new challenge for this sector? Could I repeat it?
Actually, this digitalization is a challenge for the sector, because still there are, that's what I was mentioning, there are small factories where they were not able to cope up with this digitalization. There are small industries who have gone out of this exports. In person, I have been knowing some of the factories, very small factories. Now, if you take Tirupur sector, the bigger exporters are only standing. The smaller exporters who were having these type of provisions, which was on 90% was on manual aspects with the customs, as well as with that we have so many divisions like A, B, C, and JDG. When the digitalization has happened, these small sectors are not able to cope up. So the logistics sector, if you take the logistics sector, is coping up, because that is, if you take completely a logistics sector, it's only a system drive. It is previously on a manual drive, which is now into a system drive, which has a huge scope of getting increased. So logistics sector will increase. Whereas if you go to a manufacturing sector, there is an issue on this digitalization, which is still not able to be addressed, where so much of small exporters have gone out of this industry. So logistics point, yes, there is a growth. There is going to be a wide scope on all these things. Still, there is going to be an increase, because logistics sector is only a system drive. You have a system, everything is in system now. So this has helped the bigger exporters to come up broadly with the most quantities, and due to the increase on the volumes on the exports, there is an increase on the logistics sector also, on the workforce as well as on the other aspects also.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you. So actually, technology has completely restructured the supply chain, right?
True. True.
Okay. Therefore, we are actually seeing the barcodes actually transformed to scanners ultimately to RFID tags, etc. We are actually using now. My simple question is, sir, can you just tell us what are the major hurdles faced on the way of digitalization, for having the complete digital? What are the problems or hurdles that we face, especially in Indonesia with respect to the garment industry?
Can you come back again? I'm not able to hear a little bit. Am I audible?
Yeah. Did you? Okay. So can you just tell me what are the major hurdles on the way of digitalization?
Okay. You wanted to know from Indonesia side or from Indian side?
Yeah, definitely. No, not from Indonesia side only.
Okay. See, the problems, that's what I was saying in the mid of the problems, what they were facing, what the problems we were facing in an digitalization in Indonesia was the stocks, that is a big market, which is a stock market, as well as we call the wastage market as Pdca market. This is two different things, which is the wastage of the garments, whatever it is as called as Pdca in Indonesian language, that is wastage. And if you take the stock, this stock and Pdca is not able to be squared when that was a digitalization has happened. So still there is a malpractice which is going, because the industries are forced to do this, because whatever the rule of Indonesian government was, the disadvantages of this was whatever the stock has been left over. It might be, we call this buttons, labels, trims, or we call that as a trims or accessories. Whereas a fabric is called a full fabric material for production of the garment. This too, as per Indonesian government, once this is wastage or unusage of products, should be burned. This is the rule. So this burning for, I have 1000 meter of fabric, I have exported for 900 meters, and I have 100 meters left over. I have same like that some trims, materials or accessories left over, which is sold in the local market. If a bonded zone is there, you cannot sell on a local market, it should be burnt as per customs rule. This is a very big disadvantage for all the factories there. So now the factories are forced to give wrong data so that they have utilized this product, and the locally malpractice obviously will happen, which has to be concluded on a different platform with the customs and with other aspects. This is not even only in this garment industry, it is in other industries also, which is happening in Indonesia. This is the wide disadvantages of this digitalization.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for a brilliant presentation.
Thank you.
If no other question from the audience, we will move on to next panelist.
Yes, so we can move on. Yes. The next speaker for this discussion for Sujata Ratnakumar, Production Manager, CE+T Power, Belgium, Europe, to share the experience on lean operations and systems. Madam Sujata has completed her MTech in Power Electronics and possesses around 16 years of experience in the field of production. CE+T Power is a group in Belgium which is said to be the world's leading manufacturer of power solution products, including modular inverters, UPS, and multi-directional multi-port converters. CE+T Power offers innovative solutions to meet the demanding requirements of the customers, and it is operational all over the world with its own production facility and sales office in Belgium, India, China, and US, which tends to in turn employ more than 300 people across the globe. We welcome you, ma'am, to discuss on the topic of lean operations and systems.
A very good morning and a beautiful introduction about me. I'm Sujata, and basically I'm from India, and I'm working here in Belgium from the past 6 years. And let me introduce about my company also. Already you gave the better explanation and what is about our company and how we are doing the process, how we are using the lean management in our company. And this is my first presentation, and I hope you will understand if I'm a little bit nervous. And it's like Let
All the
me
very best.
explain. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. C+T is one of the leading manufacturing company in Belgium. It's like an inverter manufacturing company, and UPS also. We are manufacturing a lot UPS systems. And we are mainly focusing on telecommunications and radar, and obviously the data centers like how to sell Airtel, and Reliance is one of the big customer for us in India, and obviously in worldwide we are doing businesses using these inverters. What is lean management? First of all, let me explain something on lean management and how we are using this lean management in my company. So lean management is nothing but it's a simple production process, and we have to use 3 different methods in lean management technology. First of all, one is the deliver value for your customer's perspective, and second one is eliminate the waste, and third one is the continuous improvement. This is the basic 3 things what we are using here. What is how we are working, and I want to take an example as my company how we are working with lean management. We are working based on customer requirement. For example, a customer, if he need a product, he will just come and give us a small introduction. Oh, okay, I want to introduce like 60 kVA system or 70 kVA system. It will be like a technical, more or less it will be technically. And for example, if the customer need a product, he will come and give us their perspective, what they need, what we will do, how we will implement lean management in production system. So based on the customer requirements, we will make a small, you will use all the resources to work on the lean management. That is what the basic principle of lean management is. You have to use all the resources in the lean management. Respect for the people and continuous improvement with cost effective. That was the basic thing. When the customer needed, what we will use, we are using lean management as cost effective as well as the quality effective. What is cost effective? We are using 2 types of resources to do this cost effective. Mainly in Belgium, we have 2 subsidiaries in India as well as China. In India, we know the manpower is little bit cheaper than the Europeans. So what we are using, we are using India as a cheaper cost effective method on that way, and China as material effective on that way. So what we will do, we will receive the request from the customer, and we will make as a team, and we will try to improve everything, and we want to satisfy the customer on which way they will be happy and on time delivery. This is what we are doing here. For example, let me explain with few principles what we are using. A Kaizen, and of course it's a teamwork, and obviously we have to deliver on time to the customer, and the last but not least, it should not be never late. And identifying the value and map the value the stream, and creating a flow with when can we do, what can we do, and establishing the manpower with the required resources and continuous improvement on the product. We will give value to the customer, and that's why, and if you go through my company profile, we made an inverter with less than 1 kg, and we won a little Google Little Box Challenge award in USA, which was conducted at 2015. And that was the improvement, like how to do. Almost 40 plus companies participated in that competition, but C plus the one with their continuous improvement and cost effective method. And after all, like, let me explain with a small, what are the few advantages that we will get from lean management. Mainly, we have to focus and improve the productivity and improve efficiency and smarter process and better use of resources. I think I covered everything. If you want me to tell something, please let me know. I will try to explain my process on which way you are expecting from your perspective.
Okay. Sujata Reknavar, this is my first presentation.
Yes. I'm sorry. I was not yet prepared, but I want to do something,
No,
and
no.
I just came with the lean
No,
management
what
principle.
I intended to say is seemingly you are presenting a paper just like a learned professor who is having ocean of ideas in the field. So anyway, the lean operations is definitely very, very interesting topic subject to us. We all teach in classrooms also what is total quality management, the case and zero grievance level of customers, continuous improvement, cost effective and quality effective systems and practices, greater return on investment with a lesser, faster, better and lesser waste to operate, etc. We used to teach in classrooms. Therefore, this particular very, very interesting topic, lean operating systems, and you beautifully explained how practically it is being implemented in your company, which is having collaborations and alliance in other countries of the world also. So thank you very much for your expert presentation anyway. We do have some questions from the part of audience. This is open for discussion. Any learned member of the audience for asking questions? So definitely, this is a business strategy driven by the principle of doing more with less, is it not? A minimalist approach.
Exactly.
The cost,
it's like
by reducing the cost to the maximum extent possible, delivering quality most, no? Assuring that customers full satisfaction of the customers by arresting the grievance level as zero. This should be the motto, right?
We started to support for America. First, we started to support for 4G, and now we are developing the product for us to support 5G. And it's mainly for the telecommunication and radars. They want to do business with worldwide with the low cost and high quality. That was they are using. That's why they are using the resources in some other countries like our country from India. We are from India, and they gave the opportunity. It's also I'm also one of the example for lean management. They gave the improvement for me. I started my career at CET, India, and now I am working at corporate. And this is also, they want to use the resources like that way. If you want me to explain in the brief way, their process is mainly on two methods. One is cost effective, another one is quality effective. Cost effective, obviously I explained to you, they want to use the resources in India, and quality effective, they want to use the materialistic part of everything in China, and technology these people are implementing on that. They don't want to use the waste in the manpower as well as materialistic anything, and these three combinations, and we are very proud to say that CE+T is one of the world leading manufacturers in inverter manufacturing mainly. Supposed to be, I requested I requested my CEO to be present about my company. It could have been a different view perspective for you, but unfortunately these people are a little bit sick here. We have still COVID situations are really, it's not good in this time being, and so it could not be possible for me to make it like.
Okay. Thank you. Anyway, there is a proper misconception among the people that it is a good quality that add to the cost. But there is a world famous book on quality, that is Quality is Free. Quality is Free is a book authored by Feigenbaum, one of the founding fathers of total quality management. There he specifically says that it is not the good quality, but that what quality that add to the cost. Therefore, quality is free. That we have to understand. Okay. Thank you very much, Sujata. Any questions from the part of audience?
Yes, sir. Once again, it's me.
Any questions?
Me, sir, again. Hi.
Okay. Ma'am, please, sir. Please.
Hi.
Thank you so much for coming in instead of Mr. Didier.
Thank you so much.
And although it was, according to you, a first presentation, it was something very different, which we cannot accept because you did a good job. I have one question to you. That is, you all focus on Kaizen or continuous improvement. Like you
yes, we are. Tell me, please. Sorry, you complete.
Do you follow any other Japanese management principles in your organization in addition to Kaizen?
No, we are following Kaizen with, if I'm not wrong, they are following 6S principle, something like black belt. They are doing something like that. But frankly speaking, I was not expert on quality side. I'm working for production, and we are following only Kaizen with 6S.
Okay. That is called a Six Sigma. So my next
Six Sigma. We here they will call it as 6S black belt. It's it's Six Sigma on our point of view. Yes, you are right.
Will be the minimal and the
Yes.
will be with quality. Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. Whether are you following that? And do
Yes,
you?
we are following. We are following. In fact, in India, they are following that Six Sigma with IS4 based classifications. Here, these people are following Six Sigma with black belt or blue belt. Some divisions are there here in Belgium. That's what I said. I am not expert on quality point of view. I am just working on a process. Mainly, I'm working for a quality, planning and forecasting field. So material as well as the manpower is the mainstream for me. Like I am assisting the production director. So if you ask me something related with production, how you are using lean management in production, I'm ready to explain on which way we are using here. But I'm not too strong on quality. I'm really sorry. I could not be able to help you.
Absolutely no issues. I just have one more doubt. Do you
Please.
follow any other Japanese management principles in your organization? Because obviously the success of your organization lies in following many Japanese management principles. Are there any which you are seeing or which you have observed even in your production, like 5S Madri? Anything else do they follow in your organization?
We are following only 6S. That's what, madam, I told her. We are following just 6S, but they are not using Japanese technology for that. They are taking it as a basic ideology, but they are using European technology to implement on that way. European peoples are totally different.
Okay, just like what madam is asking, perhaps just like a Toyota that what we follow in Toyota, just like a Toyota production system or the system that is being followed in Nike, world famous companies are following this type of strategy for the purpose of cutting cost and also improving the efficiency, etc. Any specific principles of Japanese quality management, whether you are following, that's not the question anyway.
Yes, that's what I said. We took it as an example,
yes.
but we are not doing that way. Toyota was the basic principle of that, Kaisen, but we are not following that here. We started with that. The company started around 1936, I suppose. It's almost like going to be 100 years soon, but these people are using different technology to improvements.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Any other questions, please?
Sir, this is Ganapati.
Please ask, please.
Eliminating the wastages that is in manufacturing and production sectors. Since we are from academics, educational institution, how we can incorporate the lean and Kaizen processing in educational institutions? Is it possible?
Okay, Muda. Eliminating Muda from the workplace.
Right. How, if you want me to explain how we are using Muda in industry, I can explain, but industry, educational wise, I really don't know. But here, we are using lack of Muda and Mura and Muri. These three principles we are also following. We followed and we are also following, but lack of consistency. And if, for example, if you don't have the value of the product, you cannot. If you don't know the value of the product, you can scrap it instead of using it as in your inventory. Maybe it will be cost. Instead of that, you can scrap it and you can use the cost effective. For example, if you want to use this product, but you cannot able to use, one product is not useful for you, but if you try to improve your quality, maybe it will be useful to you and you can use it. We cannot, how to sell, if it's like almost like inventory, non-standard moving item. If you don't want to move, use that item, you can scrap it and you can do it. That's on that way only we are using here. We will not keep that, okay, it cost more. Why the hell we have to keep it here? We can scrap it. It's not mean that if it is the cost effective we are using, that is called of wastage of non-moving item.
Okay, that's nice. I think there is no other questions. with regard to lean operations and systems. I am grateful to you, Madam Sujata, for coming over here and make this nice presentation on lean operation systems. Okay, since the time is deficient, we have to, depart. We have to stop here. We have very much enjoyed, with regard to the intricacies associated with the lean operations and systems. This particular topic is much more, much more importance in today's industry parlance. That's why we need more and more discussions on this particular topic. Okay.
That's what, if my boss could have been here, it could have been interested for you, but unfortunately it was not. He could have been shared more experience to you because he was expert in operations and these things. Frankly speaking, I'm a little bit nervous. I could not able to scope up.
No.
And
Okay.
hopefully for the next session, I will be prepared a bit and I will ask my boss. My CEO is very, is very good in lean operations. So I was waiting for him actually. Unfortunately, could not able to scope up. We have another session, and definitely it will be a good session for you. Hopefully for next session, I will make him to be present here.
No problem, man. Thank you so much. We all enjoyed it, this particular session. Thank you very
Obviously,
much.
I was blabbering something, and you will be sorry. Thank you so much, and bye bye. Yeah.
Okay, bye. So let us move on to last presenter, ma'am.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Dr.
Yes.
Yeah. Sir, actually, Mr. Vishal is not able to join us now. So his
Okay, no problem.
Has been
no problem. Okay, can we wind up this particular session with this third presentation?
Yes, sir. Yeah, you can.
Okay, no other person.
There are no.
Okay.
Sir.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. I will conclude. Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. The principal of CS College, Dr. Malati Sivakumar, and also Dr. P. Hemavati, and also other resource persons, panelists, and expert luminaries and researchers from different parts of the world. It was really a nice experience for me also to come to this digital platform to be a witness to this intellectual gymnasium, intellectual exercise organized by the SAS College. So definitely, I strongly believe that creation and dissemination of knowledge are the cardinal to the development of every nation. So India, as everybody knows, some expert was talking about the shipping industry in Indonesia, something like that. India was one of the world leader in shipping industry. India was a leader in architecture. India was a leader in what is called arts, leader in science, leader in mathematics, leader in agriculture, leader in physics, and also many sciences, etc. And India was considered as one of the leader in higher education also. So India had the best higher education institution, including universities. We had excellent, medical doctors. We also had an excellent system of farming in our country. More than 36 varieties of rice were cultivated in our country. From considering the architecture and archaeology, and definitely architecture and also art forms, etc., we also fought front when compared to other nations of the world. So anyway, the creation of knowledge and dissemination of knowledge are cardinal to development of any nation. And there lies significance of this type of international sessions where people from different walks of life, people from different industries, people from different cultural settings, people from different countries of the world have come together in this virtual platform to discuss some of the core issues or some of the core topics, area of concern applicable to industry and commerce. Anyway, the first paper presenter, the MSI on medical tourism, it was a very, very nice, interesting session because in tourism being a smokeless industry has been getting more and more momentum these days. And it is estimated that the medical tourism is supposed to contribute significantly to the economy of our country by 2030. And therefore, that was an excellent presentation, Professor, clearly delineating all the facets associated with the medical tourism in our country, comparing with the research. And we also had a very good discussion on that particular front. Similarly, next presenter, so you have beautifully highlighted the garment industry and with regard to digitalization in the garment industry, especially with regard to Indonesia. And that was really an eye-opening session as to how the digitalization happens, what are the problems confronted with digitalization, what are the advantages and the pros and cons associated with the digitalization, what are the next important steps needed for digitalization in Indonesia and cutting across. We also had a very good discussion with regard to this. Similarly, Sujata Reknakumar, having presented a paper on lean operations and systems. I understand that we need more and more discussion on this particular issue, lean operation systems, because it is having wide ramifications and so very much industry significance to talk with. We, the researchers and academics, should focus much on lean operation systems. And I request the members of the audience to focus your PhD research work or funded research to this particular area, because lean operations and systems assumes much more importance in today's business world. Therefore, she has very beautifully highlighted as to what is the case and what is the Mura, and many other systems and practices followed in their industry, their country, and in what way the cutting across the cutting of the cost and improving the quality that can be delivered through continuous improvement of the production process, etc. We also highlighted the the system that is provided by Nike and also Toyota and many other industries. So in the three papers were very highlighted to the maximum extent within the time, 20 minutes they have highlighted them. And this was really a learning experience, because I understand that this is a knowledge sharing experience as well. I myself being the moderator also, I could learn a lot, because in the days to come, I'm also planning to concentrate my future PhDs and also postdoc on this, some of the areas discussed by me. But yes, anyway, this was really a honey tasting experience for me, eye-opening session for me. I myself in the Prince, I used the similar programs of years before. Every time we used to visit some other countries. In Thailand, I have visited China and Malaysia and also United States of America, and many other institutions I have visited. But since I become principal of the college, I had to spend much on academics. From academics to I have to switch over to administration. That's why I could only for the last 2 years. This is for the first time I am actually attending an international conference ever since I became the principal of the college, because Dr. Malathi is in a position to understand what is the workload of a principal as being administrative and academic roles to be played by principal of the college. Anyway, definitely, I am extremely grateful to SA College of Arts and Science for giving me a precious opportunity like this to be a part of this discussions as a moderator to all this session. It's only in the short notice I also got such an assignment as a moderator of this particular session. I am very much impressed by the systems, practices, and the interest taken by SAS College in organizing such an international conference in association with the Academic Researchers Association on innovations and challenges in business. I also have a lot to share with you with regard to the innovations and challenges in the business, because innovate or perish. Innovation can be considered as the thing that can either make or mar a corporation, because newer systems and practices are coming into the world, newer products are coming, newer systems and technologies ever evolving, and newer business models are ever evolving. We are talking about artificial intelligence or robotics or machine learning or Internet of Things or Internet of Everything or blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies and nanotechnology. So many emerging areas are there where academicians can concentrate much on research and also learning. Therefore, I request the respected teachers, researchers from different parts of the country or parts of the world who are assembled this virtual platform, that as the University Grants Commission clearly states what is the role of a teacher. Everybody understands that the role of a teacher can be classified into four. That is teaching, research, extension, and consultancy. For teaching is the dissemination of knowledge, research is the creation of knowledge, extension is the application of knowledge, and consultancy is the delivery of knowledge. In all these four capacities, every teacher or researcher is supposed to act. Therefore, definitely, I take this opportunity as a blessing. I wholeheartedly express my gratitude to Honorable Principal Dr. Malathi Shivakumar for having granted me such a precious opportunity to be here as a moderator of this particular session. Dr. P. Hemavati and all other luminaries, all other experts, teachers, researchers, postgraduate students, well-wishers, industry people who are assembled in this virtual platform to be a witness to these discussions. Thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and all the panel members for sharing their expertise in the field of digitalization. I request all the dignitaries of the panel discussion forum to kindly log off.